far, the ball really skims through, and reactions have to be so much quicker.
15 left.
Wow, great reach.
Almost out of his chair there.
Oh, wow, look at that court coverage. Longest rally of the match so far. Oh, he missed it.
Yeah, putting pressure on. It's the only way he's going to beat Gordon Reid today is by rushing the server.
Yeah, look how hard he's got to work for it though, Bob. You know, Huday's pushing side to side. He's taking Gordon out the sidelines, out the baseline. He had to work really hard for that point.
Lines judges on all lines today for the semi-finals. Didn't have earlier in the week. Close.
30
A lot of topspin on it, but not quite enough. Drifted long on the baseline.
Gordon looks quite relieved, I think, about that one.
Okay, Wegner.
Probably wouldn't have got it back.
Wegner leads 4 Gibson.
He's driven out of the court there.
You can see what he wanted to do.
That had to be a winner, didn't it?
Yeah, but you can see what Houday wanted to do. He wanted to poke it down the line. But he also knew that if Gordon was going to get there, or could get there, he was sprinting back across court for the cross-court shot. But he missed the trams.
Just see how far in he's going to be on the second serve now. I bet he's virtually at the service line.
Yeah, pushing in. Pressure. And often that's what it's designed for. You're trying to create the error and put pressure on the server.
First double from Reid. Back to deuce. Half court ball, got it when it deserved.
Advantage today.
Great forehand by Houday there, slapping it away into the ball. Because it's coming through fast, their reactions have got to be quicker. Yeah,
Out.
Oh, missed it.
So there's the break back for Houday. Well, we're just talking about how well Gordon Reid was serving. Served to love in the last game. So there's been a lot of twists and turns already. We've only had handful of games, and Gordon Reid finds himself back on level terms. Of course, Houday has to back up the break. But we are back on serve at 3-2. A bit more fruit being consumed by the world number one, and no real pattern in this match yet.
No, not yet. I think Gordon just lost his intensity there a little bit. He dropped it, and Houday just actually plays a relatively steady match. Raises every now and then, and you can see that Houday's wearing these golf gloves. That's so that he doesn't lose grip on his hand rims. Yeah, you can see he changes these gloves regularly, so that he gets extra grip on his push rims. Because if you miss a push, then you miss that extra foot or whatever, or the wheel on the court, and then you can't reach the ball. A lot of players use different types of hand rims from one side to the other. You want your non-racket hand to allow the hand rim to feed through, to spin through your fingers without burning, because that's the other thing. Houday's got carbon fibre specialist rims and wheels, and it can burn your fingers if you're going fast. There's Gordon going, thank you very much.
Thumbs
I'll
up
have
from
that
Uday.
running forehand.
He's very good like that. He does applaud his opponent's good shots.
Yeah,
Yesterday.
good sportsmanship.
Love 30.
His first double.
Very tight
15,
net.
30.
Should have made a bit more of that. He's in the right position.
Yeah, flashed his forehand, backhand, and it hit the tape. Some other courts, when the nets are a bit softer, that goes over.
15 love.
Well, that's better.
No, it just goes. If you can hit the
15-40.
ball out the sidelines and away from your opponent, on this type of well, most surfaces, you haven't got a chance to react. You can't step sideways, and that's why in wheelchair tennis you have to keep the chair moving. You'll see these guys always rolling, even if they're rolling the wrong way, because they're designed to spin fabulously fast. They can spin and change their direction. Really
2 break
quickly.
points, down to 1 now.
30, 40.
40 love.
Go think about this. How much attack, how much does he come in on this first serve? Because it is one of the fastest serves on the circuit. And it doesn't differ a lot. First serve and second serve, speed-wise, hardly any difference in the racket of Uday.
40, 50.
Got it.
Game Reed. Reed leads by 4 games to 2.
Right in the corner where he couldn't get it. He's done that a couple of times now, and he couldn't back up the break. So the break reclaimed by Gordon Reed, back in front again. 4
40,
games to
10.
2. All back on his racket now. You know, Uday
50
rarely
love.
stops, apart from when he's serving. But the only time he ever stops, that chair is moving constantly.
Yeah, he needs to do that so that he can get his position, you know, in the right position to hit whichever shot. That's what I'm saying. You always want the chair moving because you can spin and change your forehand to your backhand, whichever side. It's just like Gordon did there.
30 love.
Advantage kid.
He's served, he's got the return, and he's done one little push, backhand slice, hit it away from the player. Uday looking at the umpire going, I thought the serve was long. But you got to play it at the call.
Yeah. Well, looks back and says, well, I'm happy with it. Well, she could overrule if she wants to, but didn't. Oh, is he okay?
Yeah, you can hear his chair.
That was a bit of a clatter, wasn't it?
Yeah, you can hear his chair. That was Uday's
40 love.
a great shot by Gordon. Came in early, took it the first bounce.
Advantage Wagner.
He's looking very solid, Gordon, at the moment. Looks like he's calmed down a bit. He's got into the match. It's going to be tough to beat, I think, today for Uday. That's the shot. Look how wide Gordon is. Open court.
Can't get back, can he? Can't get back from there.
He was off the court. Look, you
14,
watch.
15.
Gordon hit that and was almost in the stands. His chair hit the carpet and stopped.
Still 2 points for a 5-2 lead.
Advantage kid.
Job done. done. After that slightly uncertain last service game where he got broken.
Game read.
No such problems
Reed
this
leads by
time round.
5 games to 2.
Holds to 15. And Uday will have to serve to stay in the first set. 5-2, Gordon Reed with that break. And he's going for the bananas.
Yeah,
Game give.
good source of all sorts of good things.
Wagner leads 5 games to 1.
After many years on the circuit, you do get a bit fed up with bananas, I have to say.
That's probably why Uday's gone for a slightly different variety today.
Yeah, needed a
Little
change
fruit
of
salad.
scenery of carbo and potassium. See, it's the best of 3 sets. Uday knows that often it's not just about the first set. It is going to be about who comes out firing in the second set as well.
Well, Uday didn't get off to the greatest of starts against Gerard,
15 left.
losing 5-7, 2-6. Came back with a win against Pfeiffer, 7-6, 6-4, and then came from a set and a breakdown against Britain's Alfie Hewitt in his last match to win in 3. Shouldn't have done. Hewitt was very much on top in that one, but came through in the third, 6-2. That's why he's here. So that's why we have a matchup of the world number 1 and world number 2. So they've alternated since the Paralympics.
30 left.
The Frenchman just on top, winner of this, and the world is number 1.
Well, fabulous hands by Gordon there. He came in and he spun his chair.
Love 15.
Look, he spun his chair a little bit, get out the way, and just a forehand underslice directed
13,
down the
15.
line. Great control. That's the beauty. That's why the wheels are cambered like that, so they can just move the chair. Stability, spin, about 20, 21 degrees of camber.
Behind him again. That tactic's working well.
Love 13.
Simple tennis, looks good.
Net for service.
You miss the days of somebody with a
14,
finger on their top
15.
of the tape. I kind of miss
Blimey, I
that.
can't remember that. Oh,
Wow.
what a return.
He was taking a risk with that set. Well, it was actually a first serve, of course, but
15, 13.
right on the line. And again,
Reverse backhand and Gordon flicked it to get the extra width. Outside line, halfway out the sideline, and with topspin.
30 all.
Talent. Fabulous wheelchair tennis.
Game give. Wagner leads 5 games to 2.
well, he put a lot of loft on that serve. Didn't work. Slowed it down, a bit more air on the serve.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get top. He wants the ball to kick, and it's not kicking. And Gordon looks like he
Lost count.
lost count. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, mate. One more point. Almost there. So they come around to shake hands. It's a bit embarrassing.
This point. That's where he's going to go. This point.
Abacus for Christmas for Mr. Reed, please. Oh, there's the double.
I was going to say.
So you can celebrate now. You can go back to once you came. Go back to your chair for the equivalent of. And
Time.
that first set wrapped up in pretty rapid time. And Gordon Reed takes the first of 2 required by 6 games to 2.
You'll be well happy with that.
Everything seems to be working pretty well. All right, he had his serve broken at one stage and did have a point against his serve in the opening game, but everything's pretty much working. Both wings seem to be working pretty well. He's anticipating the Uday serve nicely. Uday's trying to mix it up, but Reed's not getting flummoxed by that.
No, and I think Uday has to. But I think the surface is suited Gordon better than Uday, because Uday, like, he's got big topspin, and he likes, Houdet wants the ball to bounce high, because when the ball's bouncing high or shoulder height or higher, it's a lot harder to control and impart pace and spin. So with this being a fast indoor surface, it's suiting Gordon. The ball's going lower, can slice it. Gordon's got great slice. And they're imparting a lot of side spin as well. So you can see the ball skipping sideways. Houdet here in the pictures, he's got to change his tactics a little bit.
Well, he tried to vary it during the course of that first set, but nothing he tried seemed to work. So I'm not sure what else he's got left.
He's got to attack his first strike. He's got to take the ball on the first bounce, go in, take the time away from Gordon.
Here he comes.
This is what he got to do, but the trouble with doing this is because the ball's coming through so fast, you've got to react quicker.
He was quite ready for the serve there, right there.
And then hope Gordon's intensity drops a little bit and he starts making mistakes. Big match, world #1 status is at grabs.
He goes, out the blocks. Not yet.
Those lines people have got to mind their feet. Don't stick your feet out too far.
I've seen that happen a couple of times already this week.
Full court, they use the whole court. And if the chair runs over your feet, it's play carries on. There's no let. Well, unless the umpire must.
Just to mention, also you'll see the balls and the wheel. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Ooh, that must have been the outside of the line. It's very, very tight. Now, we had a situation yesterday when the ball actually dropped out during a rally and the point gets replayed.
Yes, if it interferes with the field of play, then yes, you replay the point. If it continues to happen, then you lose the point. Exactly the same as if the ball was in your pocket and it fell out your pocket. So the rules are we interpret the rules exactly the same way. If your wheel, when you're serving, touches the baseline, wheel fault. Or
Quite sure why Gordon's got 2 balls in the wheel, though. Because he only needs 2. He's got 3.
Yeah, well, I think you always told 3, really, to be fair. You get a let. You don't really want to muck up your rhythm.
Okay. Worked against his...
He's feeling good already. He's going to feel even better now. He can consolidate this break. It's not a break until he holds his serve.
Wagner leads 2 games.
Lovely.
Well, that's one of those examples where the net court didn't help him.
No, it gave Houdet too much time. Look, loads of time. Great precision play. Hit it down the line with his forehand.
You can't do that. That doesn't count.
No, it doesn't count. And Gordon knew, look, he knew he was in no man's land. So he should have put that away twice. And it's like, oh dear. So Gordon's got to be careful because it's this game that he needs to go to 3-love to really put himself in the ascendancy in a really good position.
The second serve, which will be attacked, of course, by the Frenchman. Like that. Well, first time he's had 3 break points against him in the match.
And that's intensity, isn't it? You see, Gordon knows, I'm pretty sure he feels really comfortable here. He just dropped his intensity a little bit. And you can't do that with Houdet. He's such a good player, he can come back and before you know it, he's back on top or on. And you've got to work twice as hard.
The forehand is sumptuous.
15-14.
Then again, when he can play as well as Gordon, you might be sitting there going, yeah, you haven't got the weapons for me today.
Looks back at the lines judge. Not sure about that, but call is made.
Net, second service.
That's why he needs extra balls in your wheel, Bob, you see. So he hasn't got any balls in his wheel now. Keeps his rhythm. Doesn't break it.
So is he going to reload now?
30, 40.
There's going to be 3 balls, 1 in his hand and 2 in the wheel. Yeah, there you go.
Good serve.
Big come on there from Gordon.
Yeah, he knows it's important.
30, 40.
If he wins this game, he could run away. The set could run away from Houdet.
Not done yet.
Advantage today.
Most of the points in this game have been won on errors, not winners.
Yeah, you're correct.
Wagner leads 3
Net,
games
for
to
service.
Now, surprisingly to me, Houdet did not attack that serve. He actually stayed quite deep.
Well, he tried. Good. I mean, it's just sensible play by Gordon. You know, break point down, serve out wide, outside the tram lines, elicit the return, and Houdet didn't hit it down the trams, which he was trying to do, and it gave Gordon the open court to hit the winner. Both gone a bit tentative because they know it's a big game.
Advantage read.
I'm trying to remember the last time somebody actually won a point in this game.
50.
Another one.
There we go.
Well, he's come through quite a big hole there. Love 40 down.
Game read.
Emerges victorious, and now there's a bit of a chasm between them in set number 2. Having secured the first 6-2, Gordon Reid has that break and backs it up 3-love, and it's looking good. Not maybe quite as good as he did at a certain stage of the first set, but getting the job done nonetheless.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling good. Very solid tennis, very smart tennis as well.
40 love.
Varying his pace on the serve. Just keep Houdet on his toes so he's not quite sure what's going to come off the court. And at the moment, Houdet actually doesn't have an answer for Gordon's
Okay, Wagner.
smart play.
Just looking back to 2014, that was kind of the change around between these two. Houdet had won a lot of their encounters up to the beginning of 2014, and then Reid beat him in straight sets at the British Open, then beat him here at the end of 2014, and then Japan Open de la Bay, then Nottingham, and back here at the end of 2015. So
Well, that was when Gordon realised that actually he was a good player. He could be a good player. He could earn a decent living from wheelchair tennis, and you know, those things all sort of click, and you sort of go, right, this is where I'm going to make a move and become one of the best players in the world. And look what we've got now. Gordon here potentially
30 love.
is going to become the world #1 singles wheelchair player. What a title.
total prize money here this week of $66,000 US, which which he'll get a sizable cut if he goes on to win it.
30, 50.
Yeah, nice cup, and then you get the NEC Unigo Master Singles Champion, end of year champion. Trophies presented at Roland Garros usually.
30 love.
That's
I
a
don't think
big-
he'll top Wimbledon though. I mean, yes, Paralympic gold, fantastic, but I think actually winning the singles title at Wimbledon will very highly. Even if he goes on to win it again next year, as he won it this year. It's a big fillip for British #1.
30, 15.
No,
That's
he's had
who they serve.
Gone off the boil, hasn't he?
So reliable, isn't it?
40, 30.
Take that. That's a ripper.
It was just literally where Gordon would like it, on his forehand. Come right across, use the movement of the chair as well that spins to impart a bit more pace. It's a bit like an able-bodied player, uses the hip rotation. We use the chair as rotation. Oh, nice.
Yeah, took it out of the air. You're allowed 2 bounces. Decided I don't want any bounces at all this time.
It's got to do it. It's got to go in more. Maybe we're going to see serve and volley. Serve and volley wheelchair. Kudai's done that before.
Yeah, he's trying a lot of tactics that haven't worked so far. Why not try that one? As time is rapidly running out for him. He might make it 1-3 here, but still a long way behind. Oh, drills it down the line.
What a lovely shot. Controlled precision tennis. Look at that.
Uday thought that was going wide, and so
Yeah.
did I when it left his
Yeah.
racket, but it didn't get back in. I'm not happy with that, Uday.
No, I thought that was on the tee.
Call made.
Yeah. No Hawkeye.
Nope.
No speed camera.
Quite a
Oh,
few
dear.
outside this place, though. Be careful. Oh, yes. Just love it when he does that.
Advantage read.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Look at that. A lot of wrist as well to impart the direction.
Time.
Almost looks like he can't control that shot from where it is, but he always seems to. You know, the angle of the racket, you think, well, how does he control that from that position? But he does.
Very strong wrists and forearm. So he's coming up low to high, and then he uses the wrist to change the direction.
Uday again under pressure on his serve. Back at juice. Second serve. Double fall.
Cool.
Serve has really gone off,
Yeah.
Read.
which is unusual for him because he has such a good serve. When it's working well, it's really quick.
15.
First and second serve, and it's hard to get back, but Gordon's reading it, putting a lot of pressure on the Frenchman. Could go left 4 down here. And does. Just cracking these returns back.
Right, Gordon's reading the serve. That's the problem. Huday's not actually serving away from Gordon. He's serving it into his hit zone. Gordon's not doing anything fabulous with it. What he's doing, he's hitting the gaps that Huday has to move to the gap. And as I say, we've said before, on this surface, the ball comes, it shoots through. And if you're not there, so Huday's got to, it's first strike. He's got to take the ball on the first bounce to give Gordon no time. Look where he's sat.
Love 15.
Created a double. He's got to put pressure on Gordon to start making Gordon making mistakes. Do something. He's got to break this little bubble that Gordon's in.
Well, time is rapidly running out for the Frenchman here.
He won't do it in long rallies. I know that Huday likes, but the surface doesn't take long rallies, and Huday's just hit that long, hasn't he?
Yep. Yeah, 15 all. Well, he's tried pretty much everything in his armory so far. Nothing seems to be working. Give it a good run on this second serve, I'm sure.
Love 15.
Mm.
15-13.
Unforced error from Gordon.
Well, Huday's known for his long rallies and staying in and applying himself, the grit and determination. And any long rally, or if he can create a long rally, that's what he's probably trying to do, but very difficult here.
Oh, what a serve. First ace from Gordon Reid.
54.
Great wide serve, look at that.
He's not convinced.
15-30.
Good.
13.
Interesting that.
Changed his tactics.
Bit of loft on the previous shot, and that one as flat as a pancake.
Yeah, lofted it, made Gordon wait for the ball to come down. Gordon hit the ball, but because it was a mid-court ball, Houday could choose which side he wanted to hit it to for a winner.
Great point there. Well, I was just about to say, I thought Gordon was a bit passive on that point, and then suddenly, that's what he can do. Just inject a bit of pace and finish it off.
It looks to me like Gordon actually is not worried at all or phased by Houday. On any other surface, Houday's got the weapons. But on this, he hasn't got anything to hurt Gordon with.
Well, you've got to say, these days, Gordon looks equally at home on grass, on clay, and indeed on this hard court.
It's because Gordon's got the weapons. Gordon can impart pace, and although pace isn't always important, on something like this surface, it is. Pace and spin, and he's reading the game beautifully.
He's nearly at the net. Get back. Oh, well, again, that was almost in Gordon's mind there, wasn't it? That he knew that the attack was coming and trying to get a bit more depth on that serve. And has handed Houday a break point, second break point of the game. Which actually was his undoing.
Yeah, because his return was too short. But mid-court ball, you can't do that. These players are too good to give them the mid-court ball back.
Again. Second time he's done that. Took it on the top of the bat.
Yeah, it's great hands. But Gordon, watch this. Swatted it away.
Brilliant. Brilliant play because he just pulled Houday out of position, waited for him to make the move, hopefully in behind the British #1, and maybe in a couple of minutes' time reclaiming the position as the world's #1 as well. That's where he was off the back of the Paralympics. Houday reclaimed it in between times, back in October, But there will be no way for the Frenchman to get back to world number 1 if he concedes this game. Love 5.
Oh,
Oh.
I was expecting that to go cross court, and Gordon, wonderful shot down the line on full stretch. What a great shot. Look at that side-to-side play, and Gordon still reached each ball, even though he didn't quite bring that back into court. The speed of this guy is amazing. Ultra fit. They have to work hard at all their fitness now as well. It's a very hard tour.
Very clever serve from the Frenchman, took a lot of pace off that.
He did, yeah. Gordon saw it and spun back behind him, but he didn't quite pick it up, get it back in. I'm sure he's not going to feel too bothered at the moment, because if he loses this, he'll serve it out. Mega first serve, but Gordon wasn't even looking. First serve.
Well, Uday trying to go behind Gordon Reid, but not successful.
That was a big serve as well. He was trying to impart a lot more pace. But of course, if you do that and the returner hits it back, it comes back with just as much pace.
Let's see his first percentage stats today. They're not good.
Yeah, he won't be happy with those, Uday.
Well, again, he tried something different, a bit of side spin on that serve. But that didn't work either. I think he's going through every single box, ticking them, going, I've tried that, I've tried that, I've tried that.
Yeah.
And nothing seems to be working.
It's
right
not his day. You can see it in his face. He doesn't know what to do. Gordon's got an answer for everything.
First serve again, not hitting its mark.
It's a great get by Reid. And with depth.
Oh, not going to get that one though.
Yeah, no, it was a great depth. Look at that, great get and deep, but it bounced up and Uday came in and did a forehand topspin back away from Gordon. Great play.
Well, he's on the board at least. Uday not going to be bageled with cheese or anything else.
Yeah, no one likes that.
But Gordon Reid now has a chance to close this match out. It's been quicker than maybe we'd anticipated. Certainly the second set has been. 5-1. And one game away from reaching the final. And becoming world number 1 for the second time this year.
defence by Gordon there. Right at the back of the court, full reach, and then he got the short ball from
13,
Houdet. And even with Houdet's speed and reach, at full stretch, he couldn't get it. Good patience. Signature shot by Gordon. Reverse backhand. Power, pace, top spin. Lovely. Smashed it.
So we're around the hour mark and 2 match points for Gordon Reid.
Net for service.
Houdet making work for it, but ultimately that will be his last shot. And Gordon Reid once again reclaims the position as being the world #1 in men's wheelchair tennis. A comprehensive victory over the former world #1, as he must be called now. 6-2, 6-1, an obliteration by Gordon Reid of Stefan Houdet today. Houdet may lead their head-to-head, but they're getting closer with every single match. Last time they met was the Paralympics. He won that in straight, and he's done it again today.
Fabulous, fabulous match. A great display, confident, easy. He just picked his spots, and I think he'd come out with the right tactics. And Houdet really, you could see, even within the first few games, he didn't really know what to do. What a lovely achievement for his Saturday morning.
Well, hopefully we get a big smile from him. And he's back for more on Sunday to add to the Wimbledon title, the Paralympic title, and they want to be the Masters champion at the end of 2016 as well. Job done in the semi-final for Gordon Reid, world #1 once again. So coming up next, we'll bring you some quad singles and more British interest. Andy Lapthorne will take on Ite Irenlib of Israel, and that'll be with you in the next 10 minutes or so. So stick around for more action from the Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre here at the heart of Olympic Park.
please can you welcome our ball crew from St Paul's. And also please welcome your on-court officials in your chair umpire for this match, who is Darren Michaels.
So we've had a tremendous first match involving Gordon Reid, came through in straight sets against Stefan Uday, so he's through to the final. And in the men's singles, we're now on to the men's quads. And a semi-final matchup between Britain's Andy Lapthorne, and there he is. Not quite sure what music he's listening to, but there he is coming onto court. Andy looking to make the final. And he's had a very, very good week. Not totally happy with his play, apparently, but he's looked impressive up to this stage. And this is his opponent. Is the Israeli Ite Evrenlib of Israel. So that's the quad semi-final taking place on court number 3. There was a quad semi-final taking place on court number 1, so they're obviously trying to get through for the final. I'm absolutely delighted to be able to welcome to the commentary position a tennis player, former tennis player. She is now 42 Grand Slam titles to her name, 22 year-end championships. Actually, I could just go through a list, which would probably take me about 3 days of your achievements. Esther here, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Good to have you in the commentary box. And maybe before we start, before we talk about these two, the difference between the men's singles, the women's singles that we'll see later on, and quads, what is the difference?
Well, the difference is that the quad players also have a limitation on their upper body. So basically their hands or their arms don't function as normal arms and hands function. And so they have a special division where they play against each other. And then these are 2 men, but it's also allowed to have women in that division because there are not a lot of women, so you can't have separate women.
Is there a reason why we don't see more women? Because just looking at the Paralympic Games, it was all men. There was no women there at all.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, what that reason is, because when I was playing, I mean, we're talking back in the days.
4 years ago.
4 years ago.
Yeah.
There were some women playing in the quad division. So I don't know what the reason is why there's no women anymore. But I guess in the men's division, you see that as well, that there's a lot of young men coming in. And within the women, you don't see that much of new players coming in. So maybe in general, that's a difficulty that wheelchair tennis faces.
Also, not so much of a changing of the guard with quads. The people who get on top tend to stay on top for a long time. David Wagner being a good case in point. Man who's won the Masters here, I think it's 7 or 8 times now. Likelihood is one of these two will go up against David Wagner. Why is Wagner so strong in singles?
I think his anticipation, is that how you say it in English, is very good. So he positions himself on the court very well. So he looks at his opponent and he sees where the ball goes, because that is one of the difficulties we see in this match probably as well, is the mobility of the players. It is quite difficult. So your anticipation and to see where you have to position yourself at the court is very important. And I think David is very good at that.
Fair to say in quads, you tend to get longer rallies. They do tend to go on a bit longer than they do in the men's and singles games.
Yeah, the power that they put in is a little bit less than the men and the women. Probably also because their trunks and their strength isn't as developed as with the men and women. So you see longer rallies. It's more of a tactical game than it's a power game.
Obviously, early on we had Pete Norfolk, who used to be Andy's doubles partner. I think Pete would say if he was here that Andy's main problem is not what he can do with his racket, what he does with his head. He suddenly will disappear out of a match. He's doing well, then suddenly maybe he'll lose a couple of points and he'll lose his focus. That's a very important thing in this game.
Yeah, I guess to stay on top of that and how concentrated you can stay, because the rallies take long, the matches will take long, and so it's a totally separate aspect of the tennis game in general, and then especially in the quad game. yeah, you have to stay on top
Because
of
probably
it.
in your case, you never really went through that too much. 'Cause I would look at this ridiculous record you had, 725, 700 wins, 25 losses. So you rarely were in that position.
Well, there was always a point that I lost my concentration as well. But at the end of my career, I had developed some tools and some practical things to have a solution for that. Yeah.
Let's talk about the taping up here, because this can sometimes take quite a long time. You know, we see the preparation for the men's singles and women's singles. They're pretty much on the court almost straight away. But here, an awful lot of taping up, almost looks like they're mummified before they go on the court
Exactly.
sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, they have limitation on their hands and arms, and so their grip on the racket is not 100%, and so they need tape to get the racket stuck to their hands. Not all of them. Look at Andy. He doesn't need it. But if you do need it, then yeah, you have to fully tape your racket to your hand. I tried it once. Oh God, it's difficult. Yeah, it's very difficult.
Because it restricts what you can do with your shots, doesn't it? Because you haven't got that kind of wide movement.
No, you can't change grips. So for serve, forehands, backhand, slices, you all have one grip. So it's amazing what they still can do with the ball.
Okay, well, Andy Lapthorne is ranked number 4 in the world, has been as high as number 2. As we saw with Gordon Reid in the men's singles earlier, a left-handed player up against a right-handed player. Twice has got to the final and lost, has Andy. And he's in terrific form this week, though strangely, after having a very simple passage, 2 wins, barely dropping any games, he's still not happy with his game, which I suppose in a way is quite good. He thinks there's room for improvement, but you know, so far he's come through unscathed. This will be his obviously sternest test so far. Up against the Israeli, so 26-year-old Andy, up against the 31-year-old from Israel, Ite Erenlib, who made his international debut in 2013, his second successive NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Run up to Shagara Weinberg at their ITF event, the Israeli Open. And a story about Erenlib, as we look at Andy, who was born with cerebral palsy. Made significant progress in the quad division of the wheelchair tennis since making his debut in 2008. Doesn't look old enough, does he? He was 18 when he made his debut. And he's won a few tournaments. Of course, he won the bronze medal in the doubles at the Paralympic Games. Rio back in September. Did you miss that? Because that was the first Paralympics you hadn't done for a while.
I know, and I was there as a deputy chef de mission, so I was there to all see it. But it was quite difficult to be on the sideline and not to be able to play and to feel the same tension that you have as a player. But then again, at the end, or when the players started to play their matches, and I saw all kinds of sports, which was actually quite cool to see other stadiums and other sports. It was really cool to be part of the Netherlands team. Yeah.
I want to talk to you more later when we do the women's game later about why the Dutch women are so successful. Is that down to you? Is that all down to you that you've inspired all these people to come through?
I don't think it's all because of me, but I was inspired by a couple of Dutch ladies that were top of the world in the beginning of wheelchair tennis. So Van Dierendonk and Ellen De Lange and Monique Koutman. And I hope I did inspire some of the new girls. Yeah.
Because you got so many in the top 8. Like we got 4 in the top 8, I think it is now. Maybe 5 in the top 8. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. Huh?
I'm sure you're not complaining. We're just saying that the Dutch are dominating. We'll see that later. We'll see 2 Dutch women go in the semi-final later.
3 minutes.
But it'll be interesting to see what kind of start Andy gets in this match. He has a 7-0 record against his opponent today. Just looking at their most recent encounters, they've had 2 this year. Andy's won 6-love, 6-2 at the Pensacola Open, and 6-3, 6-3 in the AXA South African Open in 2016. So I'm trying to see, it's quite a while actually since Erenlib has taken a set off Andy. 2015, and all but 2 of their encounters have been straight sets. So he knows he's got the measure, Pete and Erenlib, and he's got, you know, as I say, for a quad player, he's got a decent serve on it, as Andy. He tends to mix it up quite nicely, a bit of slice, bit of side spin. Obviously not the pace that we'll see from the men. We did see from the men in the last game, but you know, I think he's still a work in progress as Andy, even at 26.
2 minutes.
Well, and I guess the tactical aspect is very important here. So if you mix your shots, serves, then the opponent doesn't know what to expect, and especially with the taped racket to your hand, it's quite difficult then to adapt to that.
This is quite a tight court. We were talking about that in the first match. Unlike in Rio, where you had quite a bit of width, you could go out to the flanks quite a bit. Here, it's fairly compact.
It is, yeah. And in singles, it's sometimes okay. But you yeah, I saw it in the men's games as well. The match before this, then sometimes they just ran out of space and then run into the side guards.
Here's our umpire for the match, Darren Michaels, who we bumped into in the lift earlier on. In fact, he stopped us getting in the lift earlier on. I said, no, it's good. Former players before umpires. He's the man in charge of this matchup. And Lapthorne, you might have noticed, with that tattoo of West Ham on his chest, will be going to the West Ham Arsenal game later on. I did ask him that earlier on. And he is a West Ham season ticket holder and will be there for the big match later today. That's his priority at 5:30. His priority right now at 12:30 is to make his way through to the final.
Ladies and gentlemen, this semi-final match,
David Wagner
the
will
NEC
be his
Masters
opponent in the final.
will be the best of 3 tiebreaks.
6-2, 6-1 win for Wagner earlier on. So, as we suspected, David Wagner into the final. So Andy Lapthorne will be facing him if he can come through this. And say the history would suggest, for the 7-0 advantage, that he is certainly the favourite to do that. Erenlid, by the way, wounded in an explosion in 2007 while serving as an officer in the Special Forces of Israel. So playing wheelchair tennis at the time that Esther gave up, 2012. After talking to his friend Koscielny, the quad singles gold medalist at the Paralympics 2012, so he inspired him to take it up.
First set, Andy Lapthorne to set.
Andy Lapthorne
Ready.
just won the toss and will serve to start the second of the quad semi-finals. Remember, David Wagner already through to the final on Sunday. Some tactic early from Andy as well, coming into the net and staying at the net as well.
15
Yeah,
love.
if you put pressure on the opponent and send him to the corner, then it's probably the best thing to make the court small.
$30 love.
Serve working well early on. Oh, good shot. Erenlid's best shot of the match so far.
30-15.
Now you see that Itai just went to the net and made sure that Andy didn't have any time to recover to go to that ball. This is a nice serve. Into his body.
I think Andy likes being that deep. He likes to be the aggressor. We saw that on the first point where he basically stayed in the service box most of the time, but yeah, I don't think he ever quite likes him when he's that deep. Likes to be able to control the point, likes to be able to dominate the point. That's 40-15. Okay.
Forty, 30.
Yeah, good.
Deuce.
That's probably one of the best things to do in wheelchair tennis, because if you're serving, then you're standing still. So if your opponent then chooses a corner, it doesn't have to be hard, but chooses a corner, then the player that serves needs to get into movement from serving, and
Advantage
that's
lap
hard.
ball.
Did you enjoy facing a lefty serve? Did it make any difference to you?
Of course, it does make a difference a little bit, because you don't get to see it, to get to hit it that often. But in the end, I mean, you have game plans, and also for lefties. So
Well, he's come through.
Game lap ball.
Bit of pressure in the end on the Lapthorn serve, but yeah, a blow at the cheeks.
First game.
Job is done. Well, first job is done. See whether he can break the Ite Inrenlib serve. Inrenlib ranked 5 in the world. That's the best he's ever done.
Seats quickly, please.
So Andy Lapthorn ranked 4 up against the world number 5.
I'd say Aaron Lib to
Those that, as I imagine he suspected, David Wagner
Please stay in your seats.
waiting in the wake of this match. Wagner, by the way, had about 2 hours of practice this morning. When I came in, he was practicing. When I came in the commentary box, he was still practicing. It shows you. Get to the top of the game, you still have to do that.
it's a good push.
No, too short. Replying from Andy Lapthorn, a bit too short,
15 love.
allowing the Israeli to come in and attack.
And even if he was in the right corner, he was just too fast.
Love.
A bit too much juice there from Andy on the reply.
Now you see that even the serve wasn't really hard, but there was so much spin on it, and then the anticipation of Andy was not good enough, and then he overhit. Too much pace in the ball.
Good depth. Good depth from Andy Lapthorn, pushing Inrenlib back. That was his only option.
30-15.
It was a bit low percentage shot at the end there too. Lovely little serve.
40-15.
It doesn't have to be all about pace. It's position and placement, isn't it?
It is.
Oh,
That's a great shot.
40-30.
inch perfect.
What happened?
Game Aaron Lib.
Did it touch the net? It's tied.
One game.
So, one game all. Bit of pressure on the Lapthorn serve, less so on Inrenlib. And Lapthorn will serve. One all.
That's a good tactic. Like twice in the same corner and then a little bit less deep, but to the other corner, and then it's no way that you can push that.
Is it too simple to say that if he keeps the point short, he's going to win those most times? Do you think, Lapthorn?
I think that would be a good game plan.
Because we've already seen he has got quite a bit of pace there, and if he can put it down the line, probably not going to come back too
No.
often.
And if it does come back, it's going to come back not too deep and very easy, so he can put it away the other shot.
Got to keep those double faults away, though. That's not good. That was a poor double fault because that one just climbed into the net. Yeah.
15-14.
Looking good early on here. And 2 break points against the Lapthorn serve to go 2-1 up. Making him wait too.
$30-40.
Still a break point.
Taking a little bit more time, put a little bit more space between the baseline and his chair. And now
Game Aaron Lib.
Too many mistakes from Andy Lapthorn early stages. Serve not working all that well.
Aaron Lib leads 2 games to 1.
Maybe Aaron Lib is playing a slightly better game right now. More intelligent?
maybe it's also a little bit of tension with Andy. Maybe he's a little nervous at this point. It's always difficult to, in the beginning of the game to be on top of it right from the start. I think he had a really good start, but then Itai just picked it up a little bit more.
Does it matter the head-to-head that you've got with an opponent? Do you remember that when you go on the court, you think, right, okay, so pretty much every time I've played him recently, I've beaten him in straights?
I don't know. I wasn't the kind of person that looked into those head-to-head results because I was assuming that the players that I was going to play practiced and trained and learned new things and new tactics and maybe had a different game plan than before.
Time.
So I never looked at the head-to-head results.
Yeah. Last time that Andy dropped a set was 3 matches ago. Actually, he conceded the first set, 3-6, and went on to win the next 2, 6-love, 6-love. So we'll see if that follows a similar pattern here. Interesting serve. That
15 love.
kind of bowled it in more than served it in.
It worked.
Yeah, so the speed gun probably wouldn't have worked on that, 'cause that was quite slow. But very effective. More like it. That's what the home crowd want to see more of.
15 all.
Looks so much better when he's being aggressive.
When he has the confidence to go for it and own the point, then he can do a lot more.
Oh, look at the angle on that.
That was nice.
That's not coming back, is it?
30-15.
That's a bit of a shovel shot, but it worked.
Yeah, it worked. It was probably the only thing he could do. All the serves
40,
go
15.
on his backhand, so probably he found a spot
Yeah.
right there.
Just waiting for Andy's intensity to just ratchet up a notch or two because they're a little bit low at the moment.
Yeah, Aaron Lynn.
Yeah, and a fairly straightforward service hold there for the Israeli. Backs up
Aaron
the
Lynn
break.
leads 3 games to 1.
And leads by 3 games to 1. And he has a few things to think about right now. Trying to go back to his A game. So there's not much in terms of world ranking between them. Andy ranked 4 and Rinlib 5, and his best results have come in doubles. So just G'ing himself up, looking for a double break if he can get it.
Love 50.
And his turn to spoon a serve in. Worked.
That's difficult. See, his chair was turned the other way, so Andy had to go all the way to 360 or 180 degrees turn, and that's hard, especially when you don't have pace. So it's a good shot for Vitae. That's nice. That's a lot of pace, a lot of spin. Nice backhand.
30 all.
Nice. Yeah.
Lots of spin.
40,
Deep ball.
30.
There's no way that Itai could have pushed for that.
Just rushing it a bit. Let's take a bit more time. Well, 2 examples there. The top spin taking it in because the first one, you inhale a breath from you thought was going on. I did too. Top spin pulled it in, and same on the winner.
Yeah. So now you see that a deep topspin ball is more effective than hitting it hard and hitting it flat.
As long as you get it right, that is.
Yeah, that's true.
Margins are so small in that because it's almost deceptive when you see it leave the racket. You think, well, that's going to go long.
Yeah.
And suddenly it just dips,
Yeah.
doesn't it? It's like a bird swooping down. It just goes directly vertical. And it worked. So it's funny when you look at Andy's game. Sometimes you just think there's so many bits of it are working quite nicely, but it just takes a little bit off for it to go off. And suddenly he's like fighting his own game.
Yeah.
Because he's got all the tools, he's got all the weapons, we know that, but it's putting it all together in the right sequence.
Yeah. And not to get frustrated when it doesn't go the way you want it right from the start. I mean, Ite is not, he's number 5 the race, so he can play. He has a good game.
Okay, so that's the break. Stay in front. And the Lapthorne needs to do something about it here. And try and get back on level terms. So much he's only ever conceded 2 sets to the Israeli in their 7 previous meetings.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And
Seats
to get
quickly,
himself
please.
back on level terms. He needs to break and Rinlib's serve now at 2-3.
Love.
Keeping his emotions pretty much in check, though. Andy Lapthorne, he can get very down on himself, can get quite emotional, but at the moment, remaining pretty calm.
30 love.
He seems a little restless. He seems a little, I don't know. He looks to the audience, maybe his coach, a lot. He doesn't know what to do. He's searching for solutions. And then all of a sudden, there's a solution. If he does this all the time, then
30-15.
well, you see that there's so much confidence in his forehand, but there's not a whole lot of confidence in his backhand. Every once in a while he hits it with a lot of topspin, and then you see that he's comfortable hitting that backhand, but then, you know, this slice, it's not convincing. In that bit, you see that his
40-15.
mobility wasn't good enough. He was waiting, he was pushing backwards, and then you see that you don't have any control over the ball anymore. Because it wasn't a hard ball, but because he was pushing backwards, he didn't have the control.
At the moment, not really putting any pressure on the Israeli serve. Nice comfortable service game thus far for him. Bit of a late call, but it was right.
40-30.
First double. Should have done better with that.
Game. Aaron Lane.
No pace on that whatsoever. And Lapthorne just puts it
Aaron Lane
wide.
leads 4 games
At
to
the
2.
moment, the Israeli serve under no real pressure at all, and the Lapthorne has to try and find a break back, or else it's going the way of the world number 5, as opposed to the world number 4. And you're right, he does do a lot of looking back at friends and coaches, and those can maybe G him up a bit. Onto his serve here, 2-4. Well, we're seeing the very best of Mateo Enrinlip
Love
here.
50.
And he has no answers at this stage.
$15 all.
Slightly risky second serve, but it worked. About as deep as he could put it.
30-50.
Best way to describe that, Charlotte.
It was a good opportunity for him,
Wasn't
a
it
chance, yeah.
Yeah, serve under pressure again.
30-14.
Not reading the returns of Enrinlip. Now he is starting to get a bit frustrated with himself. Great point.
Deuce.
He can't rely on errors from his Israeli opponent. He's going to make these things happen. Back to deuce.
backhands. Just to find the weak spot.
Do you think Andy Lapthorne's being too passive here?
I think
Advantage,
you can
Aaron
say
Lib.
that, yeah. He's way behind the baseline. There's a lot of space between the baseline and him, so he can't put that much pressure on the ball. He's waiting, not very aggressive in his mobility, not very aggressive in his shots.
Game, Aaron Lib.
That's a double break for Ite Renlib.
Aaron Lib leads 5 games to 2.
And will come out to serve for the first set. It's interesting because we saw that opening game where Andy pretty much positioned himself in the service box, was trying to put a bit of aggression in his game, trying to put a bit of pressure on his opponent. And I think that's where it works best. But as you say, now, when he's playing the ball, he's 2, 3, 4 feet behind the baseline
Very
every
defensive,
time.
yeah. He's just defensive.
And he must
all the
know
time.
that.
Yeah. But I guess with nerves, you sometimes can't think clearly anymore, and you don't think back of how it worked in the first couple of games.
But you have to change things,
You
because
have-
otherwise the pattern of play suggests nothing's going to change.
Exactly, exactly. And he has to change it now, otherwise it's too late for the first set.
Time.
Well, still some time, but he's got to make up a double break here. One break a bit easier, but yeah. Again, talking to his friends, of whom he has many, and his coaching team, and saying, well, where am I going wrong? Well, I think he knows where he's going wrong. He probably doesn't need their endorsement on that. It's kind of, come on, fire up. Exactly that. Fire up. Been the impressive phrase that should be using at this stage. So at the moment, Renlib doesn't look like he's going to give up too many free points on his serve. Here comes the double.
That is good. That's nice. Good placement of the ball.
Love 15.
Very risky. I mean, look at that. It's right in the corner.
It's not a percentage shot, but it worked for him. Gets him on the board. Just needs a few of those good bounces.
See, this is where he could have made the decision
15 all.
after his return to stay in the court, and then easily could have pushed for it.
Not quite sure why he's being so defensive right now when he needs to be more aggressive.
30, 15.
Starting to boil up a bit now. Now, should he not be attacking the second serve a bit more?
What to say? He did make a
14,
good
15.
decision, but then it was not deep enough, and still Itai was there. So
Yeah, his game's kind of betwixt and between right now. Is between aggression and being defensive, and he's kind of falling between two stools. And Renlib has the 2 set points. Wasn't even ready
Game
for
in
that.
first set, Aaron Lib. 6 games
it's
to 2.
impressive with the second serve to ace it out.
That was a pretty rapid set. And Renlib, for the first time since 2015, has taken a set against Andy Lapthorne and taking it very comprehensively as well by 6 games to 2. Still time for Lapthorne to turn things around, but at the moment, I'm quite sure where his game is, and I'm not sure he knows where his game is. That's the
No.
problem.
And he knows he needs to change, but he doesn't know what to change or what to do. And then whenever he decides to go a little bit more aggressive, he needs to do that every single time and not just one shot.
What he has got in his advantage now is he serves first here, so he can put the pressure on his opponent by serving, provided he keeps it, of course, provided he holds on to his serve. Then you can put pressure on your opponent thereon, but he's got to make the most of it this time. His serve is still not quite as, well, offensive maybe.
No, it's not convincing. He's not convinced of his own capabilities with his serve. Well, in the first game, he served on Itai's body, and that's probably the hardest shot in wheelchair tennis if the ball goes towards your body. And so maybe he should try to get that ball more often.
And again, going back to what we were talking about earlier on, use the
Time.
advantage of a lefty serve, which the right-handers don't see all that often.
Second set.
And he's got a decent
Black
one
quarters.
when he gets it working, but needs to be that first serve working well for him. Forget what happened in the first set, put all that to the back of your mind, start fresh.
That was a good body serve. So now he's in the game.
Yeah.
And
15.
He does have that armory, we know that. We've seen it. Certainly at doubles level, where he does it on a consistent basis, but you always feel he plays better as part of a combination when he's got somebody else to G him up on the court, talk to him on the court, cajole him on the court, help him. When he's on his own, maybe he feels a bit isolated in these things.
And then, of course, you have to cover the court on your own. So with pushing your chair from left to right, and it's harder.
Well, a lot of power from the Israeli.
15.
Swatted away like an annoying fly. It was like that. That's halfway up the net.
That was close.
30, 50.
Lucky for Andy, unlucky for Itai. Didn't have enough time to prepare for that.
30 all.
Has not had an easy service game so far. Dropped 2 in the first set. Under pressure on this opening service game of the second.
Good pressure of Itai, but wasn't enough. So
40, 30.
hopefully Andy's gonna close this game.
Make it look like hard work. Look, he's puffing his cheeks out.
Deuce.
Basically had the whole court open to him to put that one away.
Yeah.
And puts it long.
Yeah. I don't know why. Because he makes it difficult for himself. He makes choices that are too difficult for the situation.
Oh, good side, let's go.
Yeah, it was a good serve. Slightly risky serve, but it was a good serve.
I thought it was going to go wide. But
And he's right down the centre. And gets him out of a little hole for the time being. Too deep.
Deuce.
I don't think he's going to win this match from behind the baseline.
no. I hope he realizes that.
Back to deuce. You get the serve working and just anticipate a bit better. He's back in this match, but at the moment, he's not in this match, really. Well, he's in the set. That's an important hold at the beginning of the second, because you would fear for Andy Lapthorne had he conceded that opening game, but he's on the board, and that comes back to what we were talking about before. Serving first in the second set, if you hold on to serve, then you put pressure back on your opponent again.
Yeah. Now Ite has to prove that he can keep his serve. But it's a good thing that the 0 is off the board.
Let's see how he responds here. See whether he's a bit more aggressive. Just wish he'd kind of concentrate without looking back at his box. Just try and work out a bit of tennis smarts here. Idea was good. Unfortunately, the execution was not.
That is a nice shot. That's a difficult shot from behind the baseline and a shot like this. Yeah, there's no chance that Andy was getting that.
Serves from a long way behind the baseline as well, doesn't he? He can get a bit closer than that.
I think he makes that decision because he wants a little bit more time to be prepared for the return shot.
That's more like it. Bit of aggression off the serve, coming in on the serve, getting as far advanced as you can realistically for making that return, and one shot's all he requires.
It looks so simple, huh? Being in this position is makes it easy.
It's the best position to be in, I tell you. You never make a bad shot from here. And he's got a break point. Okay, here's a good test. Does he believe he can break the Henry Lib serve, which he hasn't done yet? Attention and the look on the face seems to suggest he thinks he can. Second serve to look at as well. Got to come in on this.
Oh,
Yes.
that's a pity.
Advantage, Aaron Lee.
Too many unforced errors from the racket Lapthorne at the moment. You won't need telling that. So look at the Henry Lib serve. A chance to break it. Now the Israeli has a chance to make it 1-game all in the second set. He's getting deeper of that serve. How far back is he?
We lose him out of sight pretty soon.
Brilliant. That's what Andy Lapthorne can do. Hasn't done it anywhere near enough in this game, but more indeed in this match. Inside out forehand works very well. Back to Deuce. First ace of the game.
Advantage, Aaron Lib.
Just going with the angle. Oh,
Just about to ask you,
Aaron Lib.
can you have moon balls indoors? I suppose you can.
you can. You can. Up to a certain
No
height.
moons to see, but that was a tactic to just put a bit more loft
Yeah.
on the ball. Try and mix things up a bit. Didn't quite work for Andy Lapthorne, who had a look at an early break in the second set. It's come and it's gone. And we are 1 game all. Remember, Andy Lapthorne's head-to-head with Ita Enrenlib, 7-0. Under pressure for the first time in quite some while in their head-to-heads.
15 love.
Late call. Israeli doesn't agree with it. We'll have to go with it.
It's good to see that there's some young kids watching. See maybe new talented players coming up, and they watch how it should go, or
Well, maybe in 10 years' time,
maybe.
we'll see him on this court.
Very inconsistent serve.
30-15.
Hardly can find any tactics or
Trying to work out what he's
plans.
trying to do with the serve. Does he... It's kind of, again, we're talking about things being betwixt and between. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do with it. So is he trying to roll it in? Is he trying to put a bit of extra pace behind it? Or is it kind of... He's not quite sure what the system is here, what the format is in terms
Me neither. I can't find it either.
Not getting the length, that's for certain. Well, he'll take that. The 3 points.
He's relieved.
I'll shake his head at the same time. I think that kind of gives you an idea of where his game is at now. Do I shake my head? Do I smile? Do I know what's happening here? Well, at the moment, he is 2-1 in front on serve.
Which is good. Hopefully it gives him a little bit more air or calm, or
Yeah, so that
breathe
last
in,
serve
breathe out.
was, you know, indication of what he can do. Well, let's have a look and see how he's been feeling about the first set and a bit. Certainly a man who shows his emotions. We'll get those in just a moment after he's consumed his banana. Here we go. Take me through this then, Esther.
Oh yeah, see, he's frustrated with himself. He has a plan, but it just doesn't come out of his racket. And then he seeks for confirmation from people in the stands or his coach or his family, but he doesn't get it from him. He needs to make up his own plan.
It's a bit like a jigsaw puzzle with a couple of pieces missing. There you go. Yeah, well, I've got the frame, I've got the outline of it, but
And
there's
I
a
know what
couple
it's
of bits that
gonna-
aren't
yeah,
quite there.
Yeah.
It's not too far away from putting this game together, but it's just not quite there. And he's got to break the serve, something he hasn't done yet. He hasn't broken the Erenlib serve yet. And he wasn't ready for that one either, I don't think.
Love 15.
It's a slight worry when you're celebrating other people's mistakes.
Yeah.
Your winner's fine,
Yeah.
but
He has to move forward. He's way too far behind the baseline. Move in.
I'll let you get out on the court and tell him that, actually. And you called it early in that point, before it was won by Renlib, that he isn't going to win those points from that
15.
position.
No.
He's just not. You are relying on a mistake and an error on the other side of the net every time you're that deep.
You're not in charge of what's happening on the court, and then you are going to be relieved if the other one is making an error. But if your opponent is making the right decision, like Itai did, and went to the net. Good luck indeed.
15-30.
Just happy to hoover up on any mistake he gets from the Israeli on the other side of the net. Not generating too many winners of his own, though, at the moment. And that's where this match is in the balance. If Lapthorne does start to get a few more winners, he'll probably win the second set.
Third seal.
Come into our commentary box and talk to you. He said you got some magical potion to get him back in the game. So, right, so aggression off the serve, off the return of serve, and then it goes back again. Why?
Why? That's a good question.
Because I thought, good, yeah, it's putting a bit of aggression into the return of serve, and then goes right back behind the baseline again.
And then you lose everything you gained by putting that aggression into the first ball.
Game Aaron Lynn.
Yes, it's easy to say that you should stay around the baseline because, yes, also there's a lot of pressure on your own shots, of course.
But if you show the intent off the serve, then why don't you stay in and around there?
Yeah.
I'm glad you're backing me up on this, because I'm thinking maybe I'm seeing this game the wrong way.
No.
Well, parity again. 2-2 in the second.
Go forward.
He's out of our shot. You can't see him on camera.
No.
He was that deep. He actually wasn't even on camera there.
Love 15.
He was about as far back as he could get before hitting the backboard. He can't be that far back.
Love 30.
His game's gone to pieces. This is where if you could have a coaching timeout, you'd have it. Just go and talk it over, because the game plan, if there is one, ain't working. I'm not sure there is one, but if there was one, it definitely isn't working right now.
And I mean, he's at 2-all, love 30. It's time to change. Otherwise, it's too late.
Love Love 40.
Made that love 40, double fault. Just looks like a real struggle right now to keep everything composed and try and play his A game. It's not even his B game at the moment.
Game, Aaron Lib.
Well, I'm afraid that was a very tame service game from Andy Lapthorne. Didn't even take a point.
Aaron Lib leads 3 games to 2.
It's Aaron Lib, who has never beaten Andy Lapthorne in 7 encounters prior to today, will never have a better chance than this.
It's very smart of Aaron Lib to send him, you know, out on the court on the sideline. Smart use of the whole court.
So if you were his coach and you were able to get on the court now, what would you say to Andy Lapthorne in terms of trying, because I mean this match is now rapidly running away from him.
He doesn't have any control at any point, and he needs to take control, and you only can take control if you step forward. So he needs to close the gap between himself and the baseline.
Time.
Move forward whenever he can to put pressure on Itai. Don't give him any time to recover. Don't give him any time to prepare for the next ball. And maybe an easy assignment to give yourself is never to let the ball bounce twice, even if you're allowed to. But never let the ball bounce twice.
Well, as I say, we've said it several times in this match already, and I'll say it again. I think Andy plays his best test when he's aggressive, when he's taking it to the player on the other side of the net. If he's passive, he gets dominated. That's what's happening here. And he's got a server who's serving from several feet behind the baseline, so he gets an even better look at it.
Love 15.
But again, if he is relieved that Itai is hitting a double fault, then it's not a good sign.
But that's the only points he's getting right now. He's not generating his own points. He's relying on mistakes on the other side of the net. And at the moment, where Aaron Lib's playing, is not giving him too many. That was so tentative.
15.
It's not that Itai is overclassing him with quality tennis, but it's just maybe
Shot selection.
shot selection, yeah. And maybe a little bit of guts.
There you go.
And now you're hoping that he gets confidence from this ball,
15.
analyzing this shot, analyzing the build-up of this point, and then go from here.
But he's not put 2 in a row together in this match yet. He's done that and go, oh, okay, this is the game, and then it doesn't happen again. Maybe he will. This is it. Yes, a big come on from Andy Lapthorne, who does finally put 2 good back-to-back points
15,
on the Aaron Lib serve.
He so needs this.
2 break points. And a second serve to look at as well, which means he's got to come in. Well, he doesn't need to, because there's the double. And, well, signs of the Andy Lapthorne that we've seen, certainly in doubles and to a certain extent in singles over the last few years, coming to the fore. 2 good back-to-back points, 2 winners. So I'd rather see him getting really pumped up for winners than mistakes on the other side of the net, but he's back on parity. That could be a pivotal game.
Could be.
Well, he knew he was going to lose that point from the moment he stayed behind the baseline.
Yeah, and he just raised his arms towards the umpire. It's like whenever the umpire, the linesmen don't say anything, just keep on playing.
Yeah, play to the whistle, as they say in football.
Yeah. Oh. Kind of knew that. I hope it doesn't get to his head now, this last point.
Still thinking about, you're right, thinking about the previous point. Well, he gets the point on the mistake from Henry Lib, but again, very deep.
He's moving in now. Now he can choose angles.
Oh dear. Well, the problem is he's rarely been at half court all the way through the match, so he's having to readjust, and that's not a readjustment, is it? That's basically putting the ball into the stands. And from reclaiming that break, now he has 2 break points against him.
Move forward, Andy.
Game, Aaron Lib.
So parity didn't last very long, did it?
Aaron Lib
3-all,
4 games.
so going 4-3 up. He's now at 3-4, and Henry Lib is now 2 games away from taking this match and reaching the final against David Wagner. And he's made that final, been beaten finalist twice before, but he's a long way away from making the final now. And he's looked totally relaxed and totally cool all the way through. See his opponent breaking down.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be having any influence on him. Sees it the right way, very calm. What would he be thinking now?
Well, I keep looking back at their head-to-heads and say, well, they've met only 2 times as Enrinlib taken sets off Andy. 2015, both times. 4-6 in this event, and then a 6-3 in this event. Andy, for the most part, has won fairly comfortably. 6-1, 6-1 their first meeting. Last 2 meetings, 6-love, 6-2, 6-3, 6-3.
Doesn't guarantee anything, huh?
Nope, absolutely not. You know, so the head-to-heads this year been very comfortable for Andy up until this point. In fact, this competition's been very good up to this point for Andy, but isn't right now. And we live with the balls at 4-3.
That's a good backhand. See, never let the ball bounce twice. He could have hit that. I mean, it's a good shot anyways, but
well, the forehand works well. That pumped up, but he gets the point.
important point there. 30 love or 15 all.
Only good thing about that point, he was trying to mix it up a bit. There's a nice side spin in the
Mhm.
middle of that, where you think, all right, he's trying to try some other things now. See if he can rattle in Rinlib and just take him off his game, but didn't work quite as well as he would have hoped.
No, he doesn't finish it off. Well, he goes into defense again.
Quality of tennis in this second set has not been the highest order by either player, to be honest.
Too many mistakes, too many unforced errors.
That's more like it. Whew. So frustrating. You want to give him a shake and say, well, why are you doing that more often?
It works, so keep on doing that. Yeah.
Look where he took that ball, virtually on the service line.
Yeah.
2 break points.
Game lap ball.
So, there you go. At the moment, it is all unforced errors. Very few winners. But Blackthorn will take it. He's back in the set again. Could have been 3-5 as it is. It's 4-4. But what he's got to do is something he's had a problem doing in this match so far, holding on to his serve. But there were signs again. You keep seeing them in little pockets through the match where he just gets his game together and it just almost like evaporates almost as soon as he gets it, which is really strange.
Then I'm wondering, like, what is that reason? I mean, is it nerves? Is it the tension? Is it the eagerness of wanting to win so bad?
Well, it's a home crowd, so that makes a difference, I suppose.
I guess so.
There they are.
Friends and family watching him.
Which he has plenty of. Well, we've heard the come on a few times. Hasn't always had the desired effect, but he's pumped up.
15 all.
To be fair, the forehand wing hasn't really broken down too often when he's got it going. Got it going in patches.
Touch the net right there. Gotta move in.
Not doing anything on his backhand at the moment, if you notice. Everything's forehand. First backhand in a while. Longest rally of the match, won by Rinlib.
It was a long rally, and he didn't take any initiatives. And then all of a sudden, Itai does, and then he wins the point. There.
Didn't anticipate.
Wasn't quick enough to respond to that short ball. And then was too late. Well, I think that he might have could gone to it faster.
Break point again. Well, you'd hope the come-on would be the thing that spurs him on and gets him going, but every time he's done a come-on, he's pretty much lost the next point.
Yeah. It seems like he doesn't believe in his own come on.
Got it, juice.
Why?
Yeah,
Why a decision like this? Too risky.
Advantage, Aaron Libley.
I've got to say, I would stick with the forehand because the forehand is where the power is. The backhand's basically just getting the ball back in play.
For sure.
Yeah, it is again. Oh well. Well, there were 3 come-ons in that game.
Aaron Libley.
And ultimately, the game goes to the Israeli, who is now just 1 game away from his first ever win against Andy Lapthorne. 6-2 first set. But neither player at the moment is able to hold on to their serve. We've had break, followed by break, followed by break.
Happens a lot in wheelchair tennis, huh?
Tie break.
Well, I don't know.
It's kind of got that feel about it, isn't it? But really on the verge of his first ever win over Lapthorne, maybe getting a bit tight.
This also could mean that Andy is getting a little bit tighter, getting nervous. He has to do it now, otherwise it's too late.
I mean, visibly, the two of them, you'd say, and Ridley looks about as cool and controlled and as calm as he has at any point in the match, but his serve doesn't indicate that.
Time.
But he is serving for the match. Never been in this position before against Andy Lapthorne. So he's only ever taken in their 7 previous encounters 2 sets against him. Here he is in completely uncharted territory at 5-4 in the second, leading by a set to love. Can't get a first serve in for love nor money at the moment.
I
15
see some nerves. 3 points needed to win a match. It's only 3 points. It looks so close by, but it can also be so far away.
Taking his time on his first serve as well this time.
It's a good first serve. And then he was forced to push back. And Andy hit a really good ball into his pocket.
15.
He couldn't finish it.
That's it.
That's it. That's all he needs.
15-30.
It's very simple. But this is really nice. I mean, not too close to the lines, not too much risk, and still enough pace to give Itai no chance. Oh, this is a very
gorgeous.
nice ball. Wow, this is impressive.
30.
Just look at the angle on this.
And he had to reach really, really above his shoulder. Wow.
Not much you can do about that. 30 all.
Oh,
14-30.
this is tough. It's going to be difficult.
We've arrived at match point for Ite and Rinlib. First meeting of these two. Well, he's had a chance to win. Here it comes.
Deuce.
Always the toughest point, isn't it? Getting over the line when you got match point. That was quite tentative from the Israeli. Lapthorne a lifeline.
high balls, deep balls. Now he's going to move forward. Oof.
Oh, creams the line. Creams the line when he needed to most. A bit too passive in that rally until the very end. He got the result he was looking for.
Advantage, Lapthorne.
Biggest come on of the match.
Will it work this time?
It did. Well, it could do. We'll see. Break point to make it 5-5. Second set. Needs this.
Oh.
Deuce.
Then you have it all in your hands and then give it away like this. And now what's happening in that head, I wonder.
We'll know a bit more after we've seen this point, I think. Back to deuce. Good serve. Well, serve set that point up. Well and truly. Ridley finding a good first serve exactly when he needed it then. And for the second time, the Israeli has match point. I was just about to say double then. I thought I better not put the mockers on it, but I just had a feeling a double was coming there. How many lifelines is he going to give Lapthorne? Second match point comes, second match point goes, and this match is still active.
That's nice. We expected it to go cross court, and he did. But then all of a sudden, down the line. Third match point. Will this be it?
Well, last time we had a double fault. Can he find a first serve? Can he put Lapthorne under pressure? The answer is yes. In both departments, and at the 8th time of asking,
6-2, 6-4.
it's Enridlip beats Andy Lapthorne. For the most part, it was down errors from the Briton, but the Israeli won't care because he's through to a meeting with David Wagner in the final. And it probably was just about as comprehensive as that scoreline suggests. 6-2, 6-4, disappointment for the home crowd. Great celebrations for the Israelis as he goes through to his first Masters final. And Andy Lapthorne can only think about what might have been. Not going to be into a final again. And he'll look back at that match and think, well, do you know what? I wasn't outplayed. I just was the victim of my own downfall, really.
Well, that's what it looks like, yeah. He just couldn't make it happen what he probably had in his head.
So we know the finalists now for the men's quads. And then Ridley will play Wagner in the final on Sunday. And we have the second men's semi-final to come in a few months' time. We will see the defending champion. Looking forward to seeing Joachim Gerard up against Stefan Olsen, and that will be with you in about 5 to 10 minutes' time on BBC Online.
just come in at the end, towards the end of the game. Wait out there.
Well, yeah, but I should be able to give you a nod, and then you're not breathing.
Lunch times out there.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you very much for doing that. Congratulations. Is there a time I can get you sent to with 20 minutes?
Right, so here we are, the second men's semi-final between the defending champion Joachim Gerard of Belgium and Stefan Olsson of Sweden. And this is for the right to meet Gordon Reid in the final.
And also please welcome your on-court officials and your chair umpire for this match, Myra and Nathan. Ladies and gentlemen, first onto court from Belgium, please welcome Joachim Gerard. And his opponent for this match from Sweden, Stefan Olsson.
So closest to us, we have the defending champion from Belgium, Joachim Gerard. Started 2016 by reaching his first Grand Slam singles final at the Australian Open. Bronze medalist from the 2016 Paralympics. 4 events won this year for the Belgian, including the Open de France Super Series and 3 ITF 1 Series titles. Head-to-head suggests the Swede might come out on top here, but we already had surprises. The 28-year-old Belgian up against the 29-year-old from Sweden, ranked 6th in the world, whereas Gerard, who has been size number 2, is ranked 3 now. Last meeting was actually in Bath on hard court. Gerard winning that in 2 sets. Second set went to a tie-break, with Olsson winning the previous 2 encounters in 2016, the BNP Paribas and also the ABN AMRO tournament early in 16. So for the last 3 meetings, the Swedes won it. Before that, Gerard got the better of it. They first met back in 2003 at the Belgian Open. So in terms of their head-to-heads, go back 13 years, but it was 4 years in between their first and their second meeting. Belgian Open in 2003. And the first 2 meetings were on clay. No real pattern as to who's going to win on hard court, though. They pretty much share their victories on that. The surface they've not played on is grass together. Played on clay, played on hard. And former world #1 ranked junior, Swede. Gerard breaking into the top 10 in the first week of September 2012, just a few days before reaching the men's singles quarterfinals at the 2012 Paralympic Games. Of course, he went significantly better than that. No, you better take your racket with you, mate. You might need that. And we'll have the toss. Decide who's going to serve first. Just going through all the rules and regs. So, Stefan Olsson has won the toss and put Joachim Gerard in for serve. And so we look at the Swede, who began playing wheelchair tennis at the age of 8. And Sweden's most successful wheelchair tennis player ever. And the youngest player to win the men's event at this very tournament, the Tennis Masters. And became the first men's player to win both the Singles Masters and the Doubles Masters titles in the same season. So in recent encounters between these two, Stefan Olsson has won 2 of the last 3. One at the BNP Paribas, going to 3 sets. Strange match that, because he took it quite comfortably in the end, but conceded the second set by 6 games to 1. So there might be a few fluctuations here. When he and Gerard first met on playing hard, He won the first 3 encounters, but since then it's been uncertain. And this is the man at the bottom of your picture who took the title 12 months ago. Gerard began playing wheelchair tennis at the age of 12. Came through, like many of these players did, through the junior ranks, winning the Junior Masters in 2006. It's the World Team Cup winner with them in 2005 and 6. And so it's been as high as number 2 in the world, down at number 3. Not going to change that position this year because there's too many points between him and Stefan Uday. There's been a change in 1 and 2 after today's match. Gordon Reid now back at world number 1 with Uday in 2nd, but Gerard hasn't got enough points to make up the gap. Kids are in. Crown will be in. Big one expected tomorrow to see Gordon Reid in the final. And of course, the winner of this will play the British and world number 1. Jeff Newton, the CEO of the Tennis Foundation, on the right-hand side. So we have a little chat about what might happen in this, and it's probably the 2 matches, the more unpredictable of them. 3 meetings in 2016, Alston winning 2 of them, and Gerard the 1. The umpire in charge of this one. In your picture, Mayoran Nathan. Not too many problems for the officials so far in the opening 2 matches. Hopefully not today either, though he was in charge of the match yesterday, where the ball came out of the wheelchair. They had to make a decision on the point, so that the point will be replayed, which was slightly contentious, but accepted by both players in the end. Gordon Reid, that nice, relatively comfortable early win for the Briton, so he can sit back and watch and see who his opponent is going to be on Sunday in the final. Will it be the man in your picture, the defending champion, or will it be Stefan Olsson? Say 9-5. Not Dolly Parton, but they're head-to-head. So we stretch back to 2003, at a time when my co-commentator, Peter Norfolk, was still playing and still ruling the roost in quad singles and doubles as well.
That was a long time ago.
Seems like only yesterday, Pete, doesn't it? The body probably tells you something else now, doesn't it?
I keep looking back. My kids don't remember me playing.
I'm sure you've got all the VHSs, haven't you?
I found one. My wife emailed me this morning. She said, "Do you know what? It's on CBBB's." They did a CD of me collecting my gold medal from the Wimbledon Museum and my little boy playing tennis, and Andy Murray winning actually. And it was a great montage. And lovely memories. And it's nice to come back here as well. Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre, which of course, when I was flag bearer in 2012, this was the Olympic Centre, Tennis Centre, and I've sort of got mixed feelings about it. It's a fabulous venue, fabulous event, but I didn't play so great.
3 Masters titles to your name, though.
Thank you.
Time.
Have I? Yeah.
Better mention that.
And do you know what? The Masters, it's the end of year, and it is one of those titles that the players want to win. You know, you want to be number 1, you want to win the Masters, you want to win a Grand Slam, you want to win a Paralympic. So it's one of those that you need, and you want to tick off your list of going, yeah, I want to do that. Mine was always about not just doing it once, I always wanted to actually just do it twice, so that it wasn't just a fluke.
Well, obviously wasn't. 7 Grand Slam singles titles and 6 doubles titles. 3 Masters doubles titles, 3 Masters singles titles. Yeah, it's not bad.
Thank you. Done your research,
Pretty
Bob.
decent CV, isn't it?
Not bad, not bad. Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
very pleased. And, you know, wheelchair tennis now, it's such a worldwide sport. You know, it's a platform for anyone to go in and play. I would always encourage just go and play, go and hit, because tennis court's the same size, the rules are the same, apart from the second bounce. Just go and play.
All right, well, let's see what we can expect from this one. So in their meetings, been quite a few three-setters.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating, actually.
Joachim Gerard, the defending champion from last year. That shows his intent, shows his purpose. And he's got a very good serve. He's got a very good all-round court game, which is why he won last year.
Yeah, and he's got presence at the net. I was sitting having lunch with Olsen, actually, and chatting about this. And he's up for it, because you never know with Stefan. He fades in and out, but he knows that. But he's such a good all-round sportsman. Sledge hockey, basket, you name it, he does all sorts. Very fit man.
You see just how incisive the Gerard serve is as well. It's pretty useful.
Yeah, he's got a super action, hasn't he? Smooth. Reaches really high for the ball, and then he comes down and he's got one of the strongest serves as well. Places it beautifully on the spot.
Do you ever look at Goran Ivanisevic to you?
Yeah, good shout, actually. Yeah, if he was standing up, I suppose, good shout. When Goran had his goatee. Yeah.
Trying to counteract that serve is going to be the biggest problem for Olsen here. It's a serve you don't see too often on the men's circuit, that kind of penetration.
No, and you can see it's coming off. Look, it's coming straight off the court. It's hitting with good depth.
Oh,
Oops,
that came off the frame.
Yeah, he played it right. Look, he hit the ball deep. Look how far back Olsen is. Come in, just nice little shot. Just took the pace right off. Slowed his arm down too much.
Not sure it's hit the strings, to be honest.
Yeah. That'll wake him up a little bit.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot that is.
Made up for the error there.
Good backhand. At full stretch as well.
Well, I think that's what Olsen's got to do. He's got to do more of those backhand slices so that they knife through, stay low. But to be fair, Gerard controlled that beautifully.
Well, good start from Olsen, who's not got a bad serve himself. Top men have to have good serves these days. You can't just float it in anymore.
No, you can't. If you've got a defined weakness somewhere, then all the men will exploit it.
Oh, your little pep talk at lunchtime seems to work wonders.
I'm not sure they're my tactics, that's for sure. But, I mean, hitting back behind the player is without doubt extremely effective on any surface.
Get his first serve in, very important. 1-2 punch.
It's great reactions. Look at that serve. It was hit straight back at him. But because it was hit straight back at Olsen, he was actually able to just to direct that back down the line without really moving his chair. You need to return it and make the receiver, make the server move the chair.
Just looking at the position of the chair for the servers in this compared to the last match, where you have one of the servers a long, long way behind the baseline. Now, generally in the men's singles and the women's singles, they get as close to the line as they possibly can.
Yeah, and most quads do, but some don't. And it's a toss-up between the further back you sit, the more time you give your opponent. But also, you're giving yourself time. But
He's just about to, where is he? He just appeared
he's
out of the gloom.
Olsen's sitting on the back, right on the back fence there. 2 pushes, 3 pushes. because he's sitting that far back because he doesn't want to go too far into the court, but he wants to be moving fast. Second serve he can be in, but he's still behind the baseline. It's because Gerard's hitting with good pace and depth. Look.
Well, it worked. It's a tactic you see more in quads than you do in men's singles, isn't it?
Yeah, the quads especially, and also the quads generally not as fast. And you're doing, as I say, to give yourself a bit more time. Doesn't always work though.
Beautiful. Actually, I tell you what, he's got more of a look of Slaven Bilic about him than Goran Ivanisevic.
He's good at the net. Look at that.
That's brilliant, isn't it?
Great strength to sit up straight there.
Oh, and an ace. Smash followed by an ace. Is that the portents of things to come in this match?
Yeah, I think Gerard actually he wants to try and make a statement because he was disappointed from Rio.
I love the fact our camera doesn't pick it up. It's actually out of our camera shot. You think, oh, where's the guy gone? Come back wherever you are. There he is.
Well,
take away the wheelchair, you might as well be watching able-bodied tennis players here. The way they're hitting the ball, the pace at which they're hitting the ball is unbelievable.
And that's what a lot of the top players in Houdan are trying to replicate. So the chairs are changing to help replicate the standing up tennis, but at a sitting down level.
First break point of the match.
Not like the good old days when we started many years ago when wheelchairs tennis first started, was that we didn't have anti-tips, we didn't really have much camber, and you basically did play on two bounces because you needed as much time to get to the ball as possible.
Oh. Boy, oh boy, did he take advantage of that break point.
So the pep talk worked.
Austin leads 2 games to 1.
Cracking forehand down the line. Absolutely no way that Gerard was getting to that.
Yeah, Olsen's not going to lie down. He knows that when he's on fire, he's one of the most difficult players to beat. He has got all the shots. He's got mental toughness. He gets that from all the other sports he plays in. And it's actually about, does he want it? Does he want to get to a final?
If we're doing looky like, is he Grant Mitchell?
Okay. You're doing well today, Bob. You're on fire.
Leave it. There he is, Stefan Olsen. Early break for him on the Gerard serve, which is not easy to do. Gerard serve is very, very finely tuned, and the reason why he got the bronze medal at the Paralympics going back 3 months is because his all-round game. But Olsen ranked 6 now, has been as high as number 2. Gerard also has been as high as number 2, back at number 3 now. But Olsen wants to get back in the top 5 and is perfectly capable of doing that too. Needs a head-to-heads, 9-5, remember.
Yeah, that's probably historic as well, though, isn't it? It's Gerard of the last couple of years. Well, Gerard took a break, finished his university and all of that, and now he's the last couple of years he's spent more time playing tennis. He wanted to go to Rio, and so I think you're going to see Gerard actually playing a lot more tennis and being between him and Gordon Reid. Chin goes out.
Oh, on the line. Well, I can't say chalk flew up because we don't have any chalk on these lines, but that was right on there.
That will do. So what I was saying is that Kaneda's out with an injury, but who's previously was dominated the singles. Whereas now I think we've got much more of a mix in the top 6 players. Gustavo Fernandez, Olsen, Gerard, Gordon Reid, Kaneda.
Our own Alfie Hewitt,
Alfie
of course.
Hewitt's coming. He's
9 in the world at the moment, but
he's the one to look for as well. Look out for. He's storming up there.
yeah, next year will be a big year for him, I think. Nearly beat the world number 1 yesterday.
40-50.
Yeah, he was irritated about that.
I was irritated about it because he had the match in the palm of his hand, and it should have been Gordon Reid up against Alfie Hewitt earlier today.
But he's only young, Bob, and he's got so much time ahead of him. He's got such a long career. If he stays injury-free, he's got such a long career in front of him. He's going to learn from these. And this is his first Paralympic cycle, don't forget.
Game Olsen.
well, Olsen very much in control of this match at the moment. Serves working well. He's broken the Gerard
Olsen
serve,
leads 3
and
games to
Swede, so he's won 2 of their last 3 meetings. And they all took place in 2016, so he's not going to be fazed by that. There is the man who got beaten in the semi-final.
Yeah, he likes to watch a lot of matches, as a lot of the players do. We all sit and watch everyone else's matches because it's good. A, support, and B, so you learn.
Think Gordon Reid's watching this somewhere?
Probably on the telly in the players' lounge.
Hi, Gordon.
I guess his coach is here in the
Love
crowd
it.
somewhere though. They'll be looking for any clues. You know, which side is making the most errors? Which side's the dangerous side?
Well, I thought I was going to land on the
Lovely.
baseline.
Yeah.
Took a lot of time thinking about that.
Yeah, he measured that beautifully, and I was about to say that he's a bit like Gordon. His backhand's pretty wicked and a bit of a weapon, and just overcooked it a little bit.
Also with a real chance for a double break here.
It's not the start that Gerard wanted.
Yeah, 3 break points for the Swede, who has started with that pep talk from my co-commentator at a rate of knots.
It's the depth and the pace that's it, because when Olsen is he's hitting his ball really deep, so the ball's then shooting off, and that's why Gerard's got to sit a bit further back because it's coming through so quickly.
Well, he's got 2 more looks at this. First break point comes and goes.
I was just about to say, nice serve, very measured, just a bit too long.
Well, we'll get more of an idea on this picture, just how far back he comes, because we can see him in shot here. Olsen at
He
far
doesn't
end.
like it though, does he? Look.
No. Well, umpire's not going to overturn that call, or he has overturned the call, but obviously it's still going to be first serve. Is he saying that Olsen wouldn't have got to it?
Second serve.
No, I thought he called it in. I thought the umpire overruled it.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard out. So he's giving him first serve then?
Yeah.
So, okay, the linesman must have called it out, and the referee, you're right, the referee overruled it then. First serve. Oh, my God.
Oh, dear.
His head's gone.
His head's well.
And his racket.
That's who makes a racket, is it?
Yeah. Oh, dear. That did Gerard no good at all.
4 games to 1.
No, thinking about the point that wasn't. And that's a double break for Stefan Olsen.
Well, this was the serve where Gerard actually just boosted it long, but it was the serve before this. You can see he's disgusted with himself. To be fair, he thought he had an ace. That was the problem. He thought he got the ace, and it got called by the sideline. The umpire overruled him. He had 2 serves. And to be fair, he should have had the experience and the confidence to actually have got at least one of those serves in.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Let's see his reaction to thinking he got an ace when he hadn't.
This was his...
Time.
That's pretty... Well, I don't know. I'd say that was long, actually, as well. don't know. Difficult to see from this
Yeah,
angle.
can't tell from that angle, but the lines judge called it. Umpire, of course, right over the top of that line, decided to overrule, but ultimately didn't work very well for Gerard. And there is the lines judge who called it.
Oh dear. Gives it 4-1 to Olsen.
Yep, double break for the Swede. It's that line again.
He's missed it.
Great anticipation by the Swede to get out that wide, because I thought there's no way he's going to get that ball.
15.
Knew where it was going to come and knew where he wanted to put it as well.
Well, you know, I was just thinking Olsen did a great slice there, and Gerard dealt with that really nicely. And Olsen pushed fabulously out in that top corner, right out of the camera view. But Gerard's making mistakes here. Uncharacteristic, I've got to say. Oh.
And there's one from Olsen.
Yeah, he can't do that. If he wants to beat Gerard, he's got to keep the ball in. He's got to keep his head, keep it steady. Doesn't need to do biggies at the moment. Long.
Overhitting again.
Yeah.
30-15.
Joachim Gerard not keeping the ball in play.
No, well, he wants to keep it deep, but he's just overcooking it. Too long on the baseline there.
First serve just deserting Olsen at the moment. Whoa, again, that was a
40-15.
ball that looked like it might just land on the line, just went wide. No look of anguish this time. And Olsen is powering his way to a 5-1 lead here.
Yeah, well, it looks like Olsen might want his revenge for the Bath indoor tournament, which was a couple of weeks ago. Joachim Gerard won 6-1, 7-6. And this looks like Olsen wants to reverse that score here. That's easy.
That's classic Gerard, isn't it?
Loves taking it early. It's what he's good at. Look how early he takes that. Ball on the rise, swatting it away.
Still a game point for Olsen to make it 5-1, but Gerard putting a bit more pressure on here. Ooh, bit of luck, bit of luck.
Oh dear.
Well, you need it in this game sometimes, and after a very good deep first serve, gets the
Olsen leads
reward.
5 games to 1.
Well, the matches aren't going with form, are they, really, at the moment, apart from Gordon?
5-1 then.
My mate Lapthorne lost, which was a bit of a shocker.
Yeah. Well, he won't look. He won't want the DVD of that game, I'll tell you.
No.
Well, that was a second serve that could have been
15
attacked. Also not getting back in play because Gerard took a bit off that. Well, we don't have a radar gun, but I think I can assume that was probably the fastest serve of the match from Gerard so far.
30
Yeah, deep, a solid hard serve. Got the short return and came in and hit a nice shot in the open court. Simple tennis when it's good, isn't it?
It's quite a simple game.
Yeah, keep it in the white bit, you know, those white lines. Keep it in the darker blue. Don't hit the net. Yeah. He's irritated, isn't he?
30-15.
Do you know, we saw this a few months ago as well with Gerard. When he doesn't come out of the blocks as he wants to, he actually gets a bit irritated, and if someone can get on top of them like Olsen, and Gordon did it.
I think we have to reposition our cameras. I think we only saw about 30% of what Olsen was doing in that point.
He's like
Net, first serve.
20 feet behind the baseline.
If he could go any further back, he would, but the backboard stops him getting there.
Well, so does the ball boy's feet.
Yeah, I know. Yes, watch out, ball boy. You might
Yeah, he doesn't need pumps. He needs steel toe caps on his boots.
like a chariot.
Of course, if he does run over the feet, it's not a let or anything, unless the umpire decides it's good sportsmanship. But otherwise, game has to play on. Same as you fall out your chair, point carries on. Or if the ball hits your chair,
Another
you lose the
mistake.
point.
Oh, and he's annoyed with himself because he's making so many fundamental errors. There we go. Temper.
Yeah, well, if he breaks his racket, he's going to get a point deduction too. Same rules as the ITF rules, same rules as everyone else has.
Sweat it up a bit too. If you were putting a bet on it in the paddock, you wouldn't give him much of a chance, would you?
This wasn't in Gerard's tactics book before London. To come out and be 5-1 down serving the first set.
Ooh, that was tight. Oh, he looks at it, gives it a double look. Not sure.
That's because he put side spin on it, and I think he might have just touched
Just
it a little
overdone
bit.
it, yeah.
Yeah, he really wanted it, the side spin to, after it had hit the ground, to go and spin off.
It's very, very close. Anyway, 5-2 in his favour. He'll come out to serve at the moment. This man is not really in tune with his game right now.
No, but it's a nice centre here, Lee Valley Tennis or Hockey and Tennis Centre. It's a fabulous place to come and play tennis. Tennis Foundation, Dan Maskell. If you want to get into wheelchair tennis, you can look them up on the website. They get yourself a tennis chair. They're not that expensive until you go to the fully bespoke models. Ladies practicing for their semi. Well, it looks like Dee de Groot, I think.
Yeah, we'll have that semi-final for you later on.
Up and coming lady.
Against the number one, Yiska.
That's going to be a good match.
Look forward to that. Not really had a match yet today. So it was a competitive match anyway. This might be. Or maybe not. At the moment, there's only one player playing at their best. That's him.
Oh, do you know, it would be, well, I suppose it wouldn't be a shocker, but Gordon would be delighted if he was going to play Olsen in the final, a bit like at Wimbledon. And to be fair, Gordon Reed didn't give Olsen a chance in Wimbledon singles final. Oh, drop shot, two bounces. And he got drop shotted back. And
He did, and that's the best we've seen of Gerard in the match so far.
Smart play.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, that's what they say, drop shot, a drop shot. But in wheelchair tennis, that is hard to do because you've got two bounces. And just to compound
30-15.
Gerard, he plays really well that drop shot, and then he just goes and does a loose error. He's got to get himself together. You can see him chuntering away to himself, checking out his strings. What can I do next? He's going.
You can do that.
And that will work.
30 all.
Early return, look, in the court.
Olsen can't get across in time.
Big, strong wrist, guides the ball back in the gap.
Well, that's kind of more what I expected to see from Gerard. The more aggressive, the more
30,
offensive
40.
play, really putting the ball right back onto the racket of Olsen. We've not seen that up to this stage. Now we have at the, well, kind of the point where the point of no return was heading his way, but he's got the break point to get one of the two breaks back here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Bob. He's got to be aggressive. First bounce on the rise. Give his opponent no time. Missed it.
Game. Gerard.
Well, that's handing on a plate to your opponent. Double fault. So that means that Gerard is now pretty much in the match.
Olsen leads
Still
5
got
games
another
to
break
3.
to reclaim, but I hope that his serve holds up, which has been a little bit erratic. Olsen, for the first time, looking a little bit concerned, though he is a bit of a man of steel in terms of giving his emotions away. Doesn't give us much to read.
I just think Olsen will be quite happy where he's at the moment, but he does have to convert one of these two games, otherwise it's meaningless. Oh, that was a good
Love 15.
try. Gerard tried to do his backhand straight back down the line behind Olsen, and he just squeezed it out wide. Okay, love 15. Not quite there, is he? No.
Big fault that was.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness me. That's one of the worst double faults I've ever seen. Is it double? Yeah.
Well,
Love 30.
he was trying to do a big topspin serve, and it didn't quite work.
Can't be risking that when you're 2 points away from losing the set, can you? No, he's only got one ball in his spokes.
Yeah, as we said, you know, stick,
No, there's two.
stick
There's
a
two.
couple of balls in there so you don't upset your rhythm. She called it. Okay, well, probably just wide of the centre line.
Oh, cooked it again.
Love 40.
Well, I did say get himself back into the first set, but we won't see what his serve produces. Well, what it's produced is 3 break points and 3 set points for the man in picture, Stefan Olsen.
15
serve.
40.
Nice first serve, solid, the right amount of pace, the right angle, right position. You got to see Olsen attack this. Yeah, go
Here
on,
he comes.
attack it.
Kind of helped it back, really, didn't he? Didn't do enough with it. And it's undoing. That was odd because he attacked it and then just helped it back into court.
Too safe attack. You've got you got 2 break points. You've got the space to actually attack it and go for it. Put the pressure on the server.
Still set point.
No, it's
No longer.
no.
Had the chance in that previous point to attack it. Decided not to. It was a bit passive. And from Love 40, it's now Juice. Amazing how quickly this game could change, isn't it?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Olsen's blown that one.
Gerard.
And if, you know, actually serving out for the set is harder than returning for the set.
Game.
Yeah,
Gerard.
back within a game. Goes the number 3 seed, Joachim Gerard.
Olsen leads 5 games to 4.
Didn't take long to win 3 games.
Yeah, it's odd how that game unfolded because Olsen changed his tactics, got a bit more aggressive, came in and just kind of bunted the ball back into play. You're thinking, no, what was the point of that?
Yeah, he went safe, didn't he? He got to 5-1 and basically was hoping that Gerard was going to make mistakes. And actually, Gerard did make some mistakes, but he didn't make them at the crucial points. So, you know, good on Gerard there. Getting his head together, thinking about it.
Yeah, had his little blow up and Got his equilibrium back. You don't see Olsen get terribly animated about anything.
No, he doesn't. He's a very level-headed player. But it does mean something, this. You know, this is semi-final, end-of-year Masters. It's not just the money, it's the prestige, it's about your ranking. And the ranking helps you going into next year, which is Aussie Open next year.
So I haven't worked it out, but I think there's a chance he can get back in the world's top 5 if he makes the final. He's 6th at the moment. And
15 love.
Pfeiffer didn't make it through, of course.
Well, see, that would help him next year. First Grand Slam of the year, Aussie. They all like going down to that one.
Yeah, there you go. Gerard's got his return working now. Well, he thought he had early on. Hasn't done it back-to-back yet,
15
though.
all.
It's a lovely shot. Very simple, guiding it down the line.
No. Well, he has done it now. Back-to-back, brilliant returns. And
15-30.
well, it's taken him to about 20-3, but he's finally woken up. Three in a row.
Simple when it works like that, isn't it?
15-40.
Look at that, return comes, wheel in, one push, backhand down the line.
Different looking set now.
Net. Second serve.
Brilliant point. Brilliant point by Gerard. What a terrific game that turned out to be. He won all the 4 points he needed in that game.
Look at this.
5 games all.
Olsen still going back behind Gerard, and Gerard read it outside the tram lines and poked it down the line deep, and Olsen was left stranded.
Parity. Double break back. 5 games all. Olsen has to rethink his strategy now. Here's a pep talk from you, Pete.
Yeah,
First
wow.
one worked.
5-all. But to be honest, at 5-1, I would have expected him to complete and be finished, and we'd be 1-all or 2-all in the second set. So,
Love 15.
all credit to Gerard to come back, get your head in place, and play some really pretty good tennis, actually. He is a talented player, there's no doubt about it. And I do like watching Gordon Reid and Joachim Gerard play against, because they play quite
15 all.
similar attacking. They nullify each other sometimes. So on a really big outside court, it's fabulously exciting to watch them play.
First mistake he's made in quite a while.
15-30.
Olsen smelling another break. There you go.
15-40.
Well, 4 winners back-to-back, 2 errors back-to-back.
Yeah, absolutely the right shot, just slightly overhit it from Gerard.
Oh,
Great
what a
serve.
serve that is. You can't get a more acute angle than that. That was virtually in the adjoining court by the time it
Yeah, it's the
landed.
benefit of sitting higher in the chair, having great long arms, good reach, throw the ball up, reach up for it, and you can get that angle. He's hitting back behind Olsen. Great play. Hitting behind Olsen, get the short, high, deep, high ball, and then come into the net. Look at Gerard, he's right in the net, coming in, hits the volley overhead away. Nice tennis.
Didn't quite get there. Oh, first bit of emotion there from Olsen.
Advantage.
Getting annoyed with himself that he's thrown this advantage away.
Yeah, and he had 2 bounces to get that drop shot. He didn't see it quick enough. Didn't see it early enough.
Yeah, it's all kind of becoming a bit unravelled for Stefan Olsen. Meanwhile, Joachim Gerard's game is at its zenith. And he has a chance to put pressure on the Swede on his serve for the first set, or else we'll be heading towards a first set tie break. 6-5. Gerard, who was 5-1 down.
Yep, 3-set tie break for this tournament. Most of the wheelchair tournaments throughout the year are 3-set tie breaks. I quite like them, whether you like tie breaks or not. I think they're quite good fun. Added pressure.
Pressure on the man at the top of your screen there, Stefan Olsen, who started like a runaway train at number 3 seed, number 3 in the world, Joachim Gerard. Coming back into it, serve working well, all court game, working well. And the Swede has to hold on to his serve here, or else the Belgian will take the first set. 5-6.
15 love.
Gerard just raced in a bit too much, a bit too fast. When you're wheeling in to take the ball early, you don't want to be coming in too fast. You just got to time it right. As they serve, throw the ball up. You want to be rolling in as the ball goes up, and as the server is looking at the ball, you've got to judge the pace and the position he's going to serve it to. And like that, down the line, a bit more pace and he would have won the point.
Oh, peppering the lines and applauded by his opponent.
Olsen dug that out and basically chipped it on the half volley. Back out the sideline at the service box. Great hands.
Played that like a squash shot.
Just waited for it. Nice little overhead, bit of side spin. Bang in the corner. Still 30-15 to Olsen though.
Ooh, too much gas.
30 all.
Gerard's going to be looking at really attacking these 2 points. Try and actually take the first set, take it away from Olsen. Put him in a really strong position for the start of the second set.
Here it comes.
Oh, it's a good reach by Olsen. He's got it. Oh no! Just like Gerard said, oh no.
14,
he was there, he got there. He just needed a bit more lift on his backhand to get it over so it could creep over the net.
Smart play by Olsen though. Oh, it came back at a rate of knots, didn't it? What a reply by the Belgian.
And it was because it was hit right back behind Olsen. Look, no sooner had he served this, the ball came racing back behind him. He hasn't got a chance on this surface to turn and hit.
You'd be on clay for that, don't you? Oh, there's the winner.
Set point. Wow.
Advantage, Gerard.
So
What a
from
turnaround.
5-1 down. Got in front 6-5, and here he is with a set point. And a second serve to look at as well.
Yeah, he's got to attack it.
He'll be right in that service box, won't he? Oh, how unlucky is that for Olsen? How lucky is that for Joachim Gerard to win the set on the net cord?
7 games to 5.
But you got to say Stefan Olsen had his chances to win that first set. 5-1 up. And these are the breaks.
Well, it was actually a great shot, and it was going for a winner by the looks of it. But, you know, unlucky for Olsen, but the luck obviously went Gerard's way there.
So, no tie break. Came through. Off the bananas goes Stefan Olsen, and chance to think 7-5. Of course, not 6-4, 7-5. First set for Gerard against Olsen. And, yeah, lots to think about. You throw away a 5-1 lead. Could see the first set 7-5, shake of the head.
Yeah, well, it's going to affect a bit. You know, it always does when you're that way ahead on the first set. And you've met your target that you've gone into the match with. And you get there and then you're pegged back, basically. Slowly but surely. And then before you know it, you've lost the first set. This is what's happened. And he's got to come out in the second set and go, OK, let's just start again, because there's 2 sets to go now.
Time.
Yeah, you mentioned their last meeting in Bath quite recently. 6-1, 7-6 for Gerard. Gerard's taking the first set again here. 7 games to 5. Well, I thought Olsen was going to take that on the first bounce, decided to take it on the second bounce and make sure it wasn't going to come back again.
Yeah, you can. I mean, that's the beauty. You can choose. And sometimes it is worth a bit of patience just to see what your opponent's, which way he's going to fake or turn, and then just hit to the opposite side.
15.
Serve. Good, solid, down the tee serve. Bread and butter serving that. Go for another one.
Making me hungry now.
You haven't had lunch yet, have you?
No, I haven't, no.
I can vouch for lunch. It was lovely.
Shut up.
Shepherd's pie.
Shut up.
Can't beat a good shepherd's pie, you know.
Can walk out, you know.
15-30.
Don't leave me on my own, Bob. Come on. Anyway, you wouldn't want to miss this.
Don't leave me, Harold.
Come on, son.
Oh, after that, such great return, he throws away the
30.
point.
Yeah, do you know, when you start looking at Gerard, you can see he's just sort of calmed himself down a little bit. He's feeling a little bit more comfortable on court.
Yeah, pretty much the whole court available to him. No mistake
14-30.
by the number 3 seed. All the momentum now going the way of the Belgian. Oh, another ace.
He likes that serve, doesn't
He
he?
does. 2 aces in the set
First
so
game,
far
second
from
set.
Gerard. And, well, it was all the Swede early on. Now it's all Joachim Gerard.
There you go. If you're going to teach wheelchair tennis people how to serve, sit there, close to the baseline, racket down one side, your throw up, reach up really high, like that, and throw your racket to reach it at the apex, and then come down. You've got a nice, good serve. Nothing wrong with a T serve. Oh, great return. And he's got it though.
Yes.
Good tennis.
Interesting to compare and contrast the
15 love.
serving motions of both, because it looks like Gerard goes at like a 45-degree angle. He actually sits back in his chair a lot more than Olsen does for serving.
And he uses the chair to give himself a bit of rotation. The chair will naturally rotate round.
13 love.
He's copying.
There's
Gerard,
Olsen's
yeah.
first ace of the match.
And depending on, so what they'll do is they'll pick the spot where they're going to serve, because they will then.
14 love.
Blimey, okay. What I was going to say was you'll pick the spot where it's going to serve, and then you'll guesstimate where the return's going to be, because generally the return is in a certain spot, depending on where you've served. So you'll push as soon as you've served, unless you hit an ace. That sounded clear as mud, actually, didn't
Olsen.
it?
Do you want to try that again?
Okay, when I used to serve,
One
I'd
game
pick
on.
my spot, and if I was going to go wide, the return generally is going to come back wide to your forehand, unless they hit a super shot down the line, but they can have that. So if they hit wide to your forehand, then you are going to go down the line. So it's essentially a game of chess. You start working out where it's going, and you know what, if you've done your opponent research, you know what they're going to do or they're capable of.
Couldn't quite bring it in enough.
15
Well,
love.
I'm not going to write Olsen off just yet, because he's more than capable of giving Gerard a tough match, as he did in the first set, but Belgium has the upper hand slightly.
That's a lovely measured shot by Gerard. He was looking over
30
his
love.
shoulder as he was pushing to his side. Look, he's looking and strokes the backhand reverse down the line. It's a super shot.
We're getting some quick games here.
14 love.
Last game to love.
Yeah, well, Gerard likes playing at pace. He likes playing at his pace.
3 game points.
Game Gerard.
And 2 games, so in the blink of an eye. Both with serve. So
Gerard leads 2 games to 1.
Joachim Gerard, 1 set to love and 2-1 up. Crowd coming in. Well, they're going to have the treat of watching Gordon Reid in the final tomorrow against one of these two. Gerard defending his title from last year. Gordon Reid looking to add to the title he's won this year. Several of them, of course, the most notable, Wimbledon and the Paralympic gold. He beat Alfie Hewitt in the final.
That will give Gordon, it'll be a stupendous year for him if he can win here. He got world #1, Masters singles, Wimbledon, gold medalist. Wow, sort of dreams are made of.
Yeah, done pretty well in doubles as well.
God, yeah. At the end of the day, also, then what he's got to do next, he's got to consolidate it all next year, because what happens is the more you win, actually, you want to win more, and you want to.
Time.
I think, as I alluded to at the beginning, it was no good just winning once. I always wanted to win at least twice, just to. So it's not a dream.
Aussie Open this year, Roland Garros doubles, Wimbledon singles, US Open doubles last year. Been pretty good 16 months for Gordon
Absolutely,
Reid.
and fabulous prize money. You know, it's wheelchair tennis has got tennis tournaments all around the world, and over $2 million prize money for the top players at all the Grand Slams. Fabulous life, and we got lots of young players coming through, the Alfie Hewitts, all due to things that the Tennis Foundation have been programs they're putting in.
Love 15.
The chairs at Dan Maskell Tennis Trust have put into tennis centres and applicants. You know, there's a lot going on in this country to help promote wheelchair tennis, and it's fabulous to be a part of.
What a serve that was. Well, we talk about Gerard's serve. I think we should talk about Olsen's serve there.
15 all.
Right on the apex of the sideline and the service line.
That was a bullet.
Wasn't it just? It's really ratcheted up that serve last couple of games.
13-15.
Well, he's got to, really, because he's not putting, apart from the first 6 games, he's not putting any pressure on Gerard anymore. So I think one of the ways is to hit through the ball, but impart a bit more pace. Don't know what he was thinking there, Gerard. Little forehand under slice. I don't like seeing those. It's a nothing shot. It's a
high risk shot too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shot to nothing in effect.
Ball. 40-50.
nice shot.
Look at the angle on that.
Nice shot.
Goodness great. I didn't think he was going to get to it. When he did get to it, he imparted such spin and angle on that Gerard didn't have a chance.
So look where he's pushing. Wow. Topspin forehand, cross court. Yeah, even Gerard's clapping that. That was the one. It's the only shot available to him for a winner, and he took it both arms. Good boy. Great shot.
Get some quality tennis in the second set, aren't we?
Oh.
Oh, just to underline my point.
Yeah, absolutely, Bob. Just Gerard's just look. He's gone behind him and he's gone. Yep. Swept it back behind him on his backhand side. Lovely tennis. It's heating up.
Again, has a look back at the umpire. Doesn't think the call's right, but not to be overruled this time. Sweet. Not quite sure who said sweet there, but sweet it was.
30 love.
Wasn't that a band in 1970 or
He
something?
was, yeah,
72.
but he got all their hits, haven't you?
Better not tell everyone our age.
Forum Blitz,
Oh, my
Blockbuster,
word.
Hellraiser,
You know I'm all.
Fox on the Run.
Stato. You should call,
40 love.
what's that new quiz program? God, I was watching it on telly in the hotel yesterday.
Pointless.
There's that new program, isn't it?
Chase.
Chase.
They're on pop music, but that's about it.
And your special subject is sport. Swimming.
Sports, yeah.
Game, Gerard.
Well, again, a fairly comfortable service hold for Gerard. Goes 3-2 up.
Gerard leads 3
We've
games
had
to
some great shots, some great winners in the second set. And Olsen, who was, if you have just joined us, 5-1 up in the first set, maybe should have gone to win that first set. Now finds himself coming from behind on serve. Has won 2 of their last 3 meetings. They've only had 3 in recent times where they've gone 3 sets. One of those was at the BNP Paribas. Also winning the first 6-4, then going off the boil, losing the second 6-1, and then came back 6-2. So these matches have been full of fluctuations in the past when they've gone to 3. Olsen's obviously hoping it does go to 3, or else he won't be making the final.
I think most of the top players know that Olsen actually does blow hot and cold through matches, and he does have these big swings.
time.
And you know, he showed that in Wimbledon, where who did he beat? Did he beat Houdet, I think, or you know, a massive match in the semi, and he blew hot and cold in that, and he came through. So the other players know just to keep plugging away, which is essentially what Gerard did in the first set when he was 5-1 down.
Sometimes Olsen in his chair spins like a top. You think he's never going to get back facing the court.
15 love.
And he does. He goes on a little, what I would call a pirouette in his wheelchair.
Yeah. Well, that's why the wheels have got so much camber on them. The idea of the camber is so that the chairs do pirouette, do spin really fast, but also stay stable. The anti-tip at the back is to keep the chair on all 5 wheels. Tennis is about
30 love.
the movement, the spinning. It's a different setup to, say, basketball or any other sport. It's specific to the court surface as well. And we play on all surfaces: clay, grass, hard court, artificial.
Cement.
Yeah, cement if you want.
Good return from Gerard. Definitely more
30-15.
intensity in the Olsen serve now.
Well, it's got to be more penetrating because Gerard's feeling a bit more confident. Didn't turn quite quick enough, Gerard, there. He knew what was happening, he knew where the ball was going.
That's the first real emotion we've seen from Olsen the whole
14-15.
match. Little mini fist pump there. Got himself 2 points for 3-3.
Straight up and down the middle. Very hard to get out of the way of the ball. Elicited the error there.
Well, not only is he serving with more intensity, I think he's hitting the
3
ball
games
harder
on.
now too. 3-all in the second. And whereas the first one went one way than the other, this one is very much on a knife edge. Parity again. As he, for those who've just joined us, may wonder why you don't see much of Stefan Olsen from the Belgian serve. He's sometimes out of the picture. I think we've readjusted our camera so we actually see him when he's receiving, but he will work his way in. There he is, right at the corner of your picture, and by the time he serves, he'll be right on the court.
And he's doing that, Bob, because he wants to push into the court, but if he starts pushing as fast, he doesn't want to be too far in. Because if he's too far in and he doesn't hit a winner, he's then in no man's land and he's going to be left wanting. See, now he's too far back. It's a real fine line that tennis is, the wheelchair tennis. If you're too far back, you're going to hit short, and it's going to let Gerard have an open court to it wherever he wants. And the same applies if he's too far in, he's going to be stranded.
Especially at the speed they hit the ball these days. It's rocketing off that racket.
And you learn, you know, the more they play, the more they learn the intricacies of the wheelchair performance, what it can do, how it can turn. I just want to say good ace.
Yeah,
Looked
well,
a bit long.
is the umpire going to overrule?
Nah.
He wants him to.
40 love.
He has. He has.
Well, I'll be. Goodness me. Okay. That's a weird one.
Olsen doesn't complain.
Well, of course not. It's gone 40 love. I don't know why Olsen wasn't shouting. Well, unless he thought he was in as well.
Oh,
Game, Gerard.
thought about climbing over the tape. Fell back his way. So a nice comfortable service hold. And Olsen has it all to do again when he comes back out. And we are seeing some great serving, some great returning, and some quality tennis. Probably the best tennis we've seen today so far in any of the three semi-finals.
Yeah, certainly the most competitive, that's for sure. And you know, both of them are exceptionally experienced players. They play a lot of tennis throughout the year. You know, through all the continents. It's a very hectic circuit. Then you know they finish here, first week of December, and then they'll have a couple of weeks, and essentially then the Aussie series starts in January, and they've got Sydney, Melbourne. There's a bunch of tournaments before the actual Grand Slam.
Got Brisbane as well, I think.
Brisbane, that was the one I was thinking of. Thank you. you know, just doing those is very busy. And then they come back and then they go out to
Time.
Tokyo, Fukuoka, Seoul. It's a busy old year for these guys.
Yeah, Aussie Open is only, what, about 6 weeks away. So on serve, second set, Gerard 4-3 up.
Yeah, good strong
15.
serve. Yeah. Powerful serve down the tee, even though Gerard read it. Very heavy serve, came off the court. A lot of pace.
Fifteen all.
First double.
15-30.
Not sure, actually. It might be second, but there's a lot of noise behind both of those serves. He's up in the grunt factor, not the grant factor, as we talked about earlier. Ooh, just a bit too
30
much
all.
muscle on that one.
Yeah, it was well worth the try though.
Forty 30.
Oh, clever. How nice was that? How inventive was that?
Great vision. You can
Deuce.
see where Olsen was. Look, Olsen had his back to the court, and Gerard just did a cheeky little drop shot there with his forehand.
From that deep as well.
Yeah.
Bit of pressure on the Olsen serve here at deuce. Oh, and a double.
Advantage,
Oh,
Gerard.
when he least wanted it. Open the door here for Gerard to steam through. Oh, yes.
And Gerard's new
That's
ball.
exactly what the defending champion has done. First break of the second set. Will it be
Gerard
the
leads 5
deciding
games to 3.
break in the second set?
Yeah, look where he hit that. Gerard was rolling right in up to the service line and hit a beautiful backhand down the line. Gave no time at all for Olsen to react. And that actually is what Gerard's known for. Backhand returns, hitting it early, quickly, giving the opponent no time. And now look, new balls, serving for the match. Great position to be in. Lovely, lovely backhand return.
Olsen trying to guide that
15.
backhand back in, but no way he could do that. And Gerard is now playing some of the best tennis of the match,
He's looking good, isn't he?
all from his racket.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's looking confident now. He wants a chance to play Gordon Reid in the final.
over. Oh, he's making it so hard for Olsen. Not giving him a look on
30 love.
anything. Just outpowering him, out-muscling him, out-thinking him. 2 points away from the match.
Great serve.
1 point away from the match.
Oh. That's a superb serve out wide.
40 love.
Smooth, effortless. 3 match points. Wow, that's come quick. That was in. Yeah, out wide. Oh, has he got him?
Yeah, he has got him. What a lob that was. That's inventive. Shows it's not just one side of the court that's thinking at the moment.
It's the only shot he had. He also was right at the back of the court, steaming across, lofted it right up, and even reversing hard. Gerard couldn't reach it.
Still 2 match points though.
Dropped him again. He's dropped him. Yeah, well played.
Oh yeah, anticipated that. Had enough time to come in, and he's still just about alive.
40-30.
Big first serve this will be. Got to. You got to go for it. It's got 1 point, so go for a big first serve down the tee. Tried.
Olsen has to come in.
Yeah.
Oh, it's one, is it? No, it's on the line. It's on the line.
That's a love, 7-5.
And Joachim Gerard, the defending champion, gets it done. Came from 5-1 down in the first set to take that 7-5 and got the late break in the second set and takes that by 6 games to 3. What a performance by the world number 3, who books himself a place in the final against Gordon Reid on Sunday afternoon. And that's going to be some match, Pete.
Well, I think it's going to be a thriller in Manila. You know, there's a lot of, from Rio, going back to Rio, there was a lot of bad feeling actually from Gerard, strangely, because he felt all the publicity was on Gordon. And, you know, look, just watch this. Great serve. Olsen actually does a very good return, but fabulous stretch by Joachim Gerard and guided the backhand straight down the line for a winner. And you can see how much it means to him. This is huge. Masters singles end of year final and against Gordon, and that's what Joachim Gerard wants. He actually wants to beat Gordon in a big final because he feels a bit hard done by from Rio. So I'm really looking forward to a bit of a mega match.
Looking forward to it. Thank you very much indeed, Pete. We'll be reunited tomorrow. We have women's semi-final up next. Could be a very competitive one, an all-Dutch affair in just a few moments' time. But the final now confirmed for the men's singles. We'll see the defending champion up against the world number 1 on Sunday, Gordon Reid. But up next, it's Dida de Groot against Jiska Griffin in the women's semi-final.
Okay, no problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome once again to the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Please welcome onto court your ball crew from St Paul's. And please welcome your on-court officials and your chair umpire.
Welcome to the women's semi-final. World number 1. That's the world number 7. I'm going to get the proper pronunciation of our two Dutch competitors in just a moment, but I will introduce Esther Vergeer. And we'll do that in just a moment after we've seen the two competitors come onto the court. The 2012 and 2015 Masters champion up against somebody making a Masters debut. So Esther, not that I'm going to pronounce it properly any time during the course of this match, but can we have the definitive pronunciation, please, of both of these competitors?
Well, we're seeing Jiske Griffioen at this moment, 31 years old of age, living in Amsterdam at the moment, and her ranking is #1 in the world. And her opponent is Diede de Groot. I know it's quite difficult if you're not from Holland. Diede de Groot, she's a talented young girl, 19 years old, and at this moment her ranking is #7 in the world. And,
right, that is the only time that these names will be pronounced properly during the course of the match. Well, you'll do it, of course, but the Jiske bit I can get around, the Diede I can get around. It's the G part that's
we
always
stay away
a
from
problem
the
for
last
us.
names.
Yes. It's like your name's because it's got a G in the middle. As you know, it gets anglicised here, so you're Vergeer.
Yes.
I have tried to get as close to as I can.
Well, you just did, Vergeer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
And I'll try and do that all the way through, but I do find it problem when you've got two G's in here. But anyway, so we have the world #1 and the top player of the world, and somebody that you know very well. Well, you know both these players very well, and as I say, we were talking about in terms of being inspired. Diede, I would think, would probably been more inspired because she came through after you'd retired.
Yeah, she was playing wheelchair tennis while I was playing, but then she finally made the decision, or eventually made the decision to really go for it and become a pro player when I retired. Yes.
Jiske has been around a bit longer, from Amsterdam. Current ranking #1, best ranking #1, and would you say that she is just about the best player in the world right now in terms of form? Or do you think it's so competitive in the top 4 that she's only just about the world #1?
No, I think she is the better player, the most consistent player, and I think the last 4 years she worked really, really hard to become, you know, the best version of herself. So I think she's the #1 the way it should be. But I mean, we know Dida, and we saw her in Rio. She can be a tough opponent for Jiska. So I don't want to guess yet who's going to win this.
Well,
this
I was about to
match.
say, don't read too much into the fact that she's world #7, Dida, because, you know, the fact that she's had a great end to 2016 and looks like she could probably get top 5, maybe 4 or 3 next year if she continues at this pace.
Oh yeah, for sure, and maybe looking to top 3 sooner than we all expect. I mean, she never played a Master, or she's never played a Grand Slam because of her ranking, but now this upcoming year she will. So whenever she has some good results at those tournaments, her ranking will rise. Yeah.
Now, identification for those who are just tuning in, who is who at these two? Because they are quite similar looking.
I know they're both Dutch, blonde. In the black shirt is Jiske Griffioen, #1 in the world, and here in the picture this is Dida, 19 years old.
Right, so now we know 2015 and 2012 Masters champion. So as we saw in the last match, we have a defending champion on the court, but we are looking at the 19-year-old making a Masters debut. 5 singles finals she's made this year, so we're just talking about the improvement. And they have met 4 times this year, and she has won one of them.
She has won one of them, and that was actually at the French Open. She beat Jiske in 3 sets, tiebreaker 3rd set, so that was a really tight match. And then at the Paralympic Games, she was up. I mean, she, as in Dida, was up. But then finally Jiske won the match eventually.
That was a strange match, because we're sitting there thinking, well, it should not be going this way. You know, you look on paper, and obviously that's it, all right. You know, she had come off the back of a win, but you're thinking Paralympic Games, #1 in the world, you know, she should be dominating this match. And first set she didn't. In fact, she looked quite passive. We're talking about players being passive. It's like she could almost get on the court and win it, and then suddenly she's looking at herself losing the first set, and she goes, oh, hang on, what's going on here?
Yeah, she was nervous. She was very tight in that match. And then I talked to Jiske before the Paralympics, and she said to me that, well, there's a couple of opponents that she was quite nervous to play to, and then Dida was one of them, because she was new, she was talented, she's really great strokes. We'll see in a couple of minutes. So she knew that whenever she would draw her, she would have a tough time. And whenever that is in your head, you're probably going to play like that. So especially in that match, where it was really close that Dida was going to eventually win it. But then probably experience from Jiske helped her through, and she stayed calm at the end.
You have at the moment in Holland a production line of great women players. You know, not 1, not 2, but 3, 4, 5, 6. You've actually got basically a netball team worth of really good tennis players right now. Is that because of the system there, or partly because of you, or partly because of Jiske, or what's the combination?
Well, it is a combination of things, of course. Right from the start, when wheelchair tennis started in 1976, there was a couple of Dutch ladies that, well, organized wheelchair tennis in the Netherlands, and they were my example and my role model. And then, well, I think Jiske and me started maybe at the same time. And I think within being officially integrated within the National Tennis Association, we get all the facilities that the able-bodied tennis players do. So we get good court, good trainers, a nice, you know, Holland is quite small, so we all can train with each other. So we do. We have our own, they have their own trainers and coaches, but we also come together like 1 or 2 or 3 times, sometimes 5 times a week to train with each other, so we keep the level up.
Right. Well, it's been going. Is there a whole load more coming behind the teenagers you're looking at right now?
Well, that is a little bit of a problem. I mean, I don't know if you can speak about a problem, but we do not have a whole lot of youth coming after Dida. So there's a couple of boys and a couple of girls, but you never know if they're gonna really actually gonna make the international level. So we're working really hard on that, but it's not a for sure thing.
Shame, because normally success breeds success, and more people want to emulate what they see.
Yeah.
Obviously, as we're seeing here.
But it's not a guarantee. It's
No,
not a
that's
for sure
right.
thing.
Because there are other interests, there's other sports people can go into, basketball, those kind of things. That often, that's quite a big attraction. Netball's quite a big attraction.
Well, and I guess that's the good thing about disability sports in the last 20 years. There's been so many sports that you can do now, and not only sports but also other activities that kids can choose from. And that means that, not everybody picks just tennis, basketball, or athletics. So there's a lot to choose from.
If Dida is going to win today, what does she have to do with her game to win?
She has to keep up her serve, because I think that's a challenge for Dida. Whenever it gets tight, then her serve isn't that steady, and she can't put that much pressure on. So if she or when she wants to win, she needs to have a good serve. And also what I see with Dida is that whenever she gets a little tight, she will probably move backwards again, not to put pressure on Jiska. And then Jiska will come forward and slice it. And her serve and stay on the baseline or in front of the baseline.
Dida's first time. Jiska's been here many times before, defending champion. How important is it to know this surface?
Well, it is important, but then again, I think this is a very easy surface, so you can adjust to it quite easily and quick. And so those girls have played a lot of hours on this court already. They've played matches on this court already, so they're both used to it. And I think the atmosphere for Dida, it's new here. This is her first time here. But she just played the Paralympic Games as her first big tournament.
Right.
So what an introduction to her first big tournament is that. So she's used to that, and so I'm sure that it doesn't overwhelm her to play here.
Okay, well, they're on the centre court. Here as our umpire, Martin Etheridge in charge. We saw, actually haven't seen a match go beyond 2 sets today.
Maybe we'll see one now.
Yeah, this could be the one. This may be the one. Jiska and Dida. I almost feel kind of overawed by the fact that I'm going to get her name so terribly wrong compared to how you say them today. But I'll do my best. I just can't do the you do. I do on your name, but I just can't do it on Jiska and Dida. So if I end up saying Jiska and Dida a lot, you'll know why. Because it makes it easier for me. That's all. All right, they're head-to-heads this year. In Sydney, Jiska winning 6-1, 6-2, then 6-3, 6-1 in Japan, and that's one win that Dida de Groot has had this year. I find it hard, easy to say her name. 6-4, 2-6, 7-6 in the match in France. Is that Roland Garros? Or is that another event?
That's another event.
No, that's another event, isn't it? The Paris Bar, yeah.
Yep.
And then the Paralympics, where, as we mentioned, they met in the final, and Jiska went on to win in 3. 4-6, 6-4, 7-6. So we would quite like to have a 3-set match today. I'm sure that the crowd come in to the Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre here at the heart of Olympic Park, which every time I come here impresses me more every single time. I just think they've done such a great job with it. Dida de Groot against Jiska Griffjon. Close.
Pretty good, I'm impressed.
Okay. Don't expect it all the way through, though. And it will be Jiska who will serve first.
I think that's what Dida is going to try a lot, is that right from the serve of Jiska, ride an attack on that first ball to put pressure on Jiska.
At least she's in shot. In the last match, Stefan Olsen wasn't anywhere near.
13
Well, that's a serve. What a great angle there. Absolutely no way Dida was going to get to that.
Good start of the match.
Not quite got a range yet. First game comes, first game goes, and the #1 seed takes that quite comfortably. Now let's see how Dida's serve, which, as you heard Esther say, is a very key part of her game. If she's going to make this competitive, then the serve has to be good. Ooh, just a bit too much. I was about to say, nice depth on the returns from both players there, getting it very close to the baseline.
It's a good try. I mean, it's a good build-up of a point, and well, too bad that it landed next to the line. But I think it's a good try of Dida.
Needs to win a point though. Needs to get on the board. That's all game down and no points. Now 2 points against her serve.
Nice play of Jiska. I mean, she's really on it right away, and that's, I mean, she knows how to play Dida, and so she knows whenever she gets into a rally with Dida, it's gonna get tough for Jiska to keep pushing for the ball and to eventually win that rally. So she knows she has to keep the rally short.
No, afraid not. Not happening for Dida de Kut at this stage. And #1 seed has powered her way already to 2 games to love. And not a single point off the racket of Dida at this stage.
Nice serve onto the body of Dida. It's always difficult to put that away.
Can we start again, please?
Well, this is how I started in my final game, the gold medal match in London, Paralympics. I was 3-love down within 10 minutes. So, and it turned out quite well.
Was it an early match? Did you not woken up at that stage?
Oh, nice.
She's out hitting her. That's the whole story about the early 3 games. She's just hitting the lines, and she's also powering her off the court. 3-love for Jiska Gefion. Make it sound Welsh when I say it that way. 3-love, #1 seed, up against the #7. Who'll just have a little chat with herself.
Yeah, I think this is very important for Jiska. Now we see Marjolein, another Dutch girl, playing.
Just starting there, and first game. This will be the opponent for one of these two tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow morning, depending when we get the women's final. All right, so you were 3-love down in London. What did you do next?
Well, I got rid of my nerves because I was really nervous. I can see some nerves that Dida has as well. But I got rid of my nerves to give myself a little, like, small assignments. So not a big game plan, but small assignments for example, all my forehands to my favorite position, which is cross court and really deep. So you simplify your assignment, and that made it a little easier for me.
Now, she's not won a point yet. I bet you'd won a point in the first 3 games, hadn't you? Yeah.
I did.
Let's see if she can on this. Get herself into the match. Dita to serve. Love 3. Yes!
First one.
And a great rally too.
It is. See, this is good. She's in front of the baseline, so Jiske doesn't have any time to recover and then pick a corner. Yeah.
Well, she
Nice
took that
deep
very
shot.
early too, didn't she? Yeah, she obviously studied the DVD of your match in 2012. Thinking, okay, that's how to do it. Go 3-love down, then start to play. Not a double fault.
30-50.
That's an easy point for Dida then.
2 points to get on the board. Taking her time.
Jiske looks very relaxed, which is good.
Well, I was about to say, this is looking a bit more like Rio now. Trading blows. Involved in fairly lengthy rallies, as they were in Rio. That's one thing actually I remember most about that match, is they were very long rallies. There weren't a lot
In
of
Rio?
short, yes.
Yeah, there were
There was a
very
lot
long
of short
rallies.
rallies in that match. Yeah, she's done it. On the board. That should quell the nerves, make her feel a bit more comfortable. Proud to be behind her, of course. She's the underdog. And 1-3. Yes, that's better. Much better. Still a breakdown, but in the set at last.
Jiske always had or has troubles with her toss, her ball toss. And that makes her serve sometimes a little wobbly.
And in Rio, of course, you had outdoor conditions. You had quite a bit of wind there as
Yeah.
well, and that really did put her off quite a lot.
Yeah, but here's no wind.
At one end, you know, the wind suddenly got up and it was going all over the place. But no wind to speak of here.
No.
Unless somebody's opened the door again.
Love 30.
And then an ace.
Yeah, and the other thing was that ball toss didn't look quite right to me.
No.
It looked like it was going sideways, and she managed to latch onto that and make it an ace. Explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Didn't go vertical, did it? It went sideways.
double fault. Isn't that weird how that goes then? Like within in serves, well, there's no other circumstances that can have influence on your serve, except your own ball toss.
So an ace and 2 double
Yeah.
faults and 2 break points. Oh, couldn't get to it. Tried, but just too powerful from the #1 seed. Still break point though. Wouldn't you attack this first serve, seeing how the serve's gone off a bit today?
I don't know if I would put an attack on it,
Okay,
because that might be a little bit too risky. But
all right.
and then she hits a really good serve.
Yeah. It's a bit unpredictable, this game. The double faults, we've had the ace, we had a good first serve there. Makes it very difficult if you're the opponent to know exactly what to do, isn't it?
Nice.
Oh,
That's a
beautiful.
very good
Yeah.
shot.
It just hung in the air for a while, you're thinking, right, where's this going to go? It's going to go inside, it's going to go outside.
Well, you see, Dida is one of the few players that have this reversed backhand that she really hits, because a lot of other girls playing have only a slice backhand. Dida is one of the few that have a backhand that she really hits, and she can put so much pressure on that.
Well, she's putting pressure on the serve. She had some break points, 3 of them now. Unable to take any so far. Ball toss causing a problem again.
Point.
This has been a strange game.
It is.
A strange game. We're seeing everything, aren't we? Another advantage point for the 19-year-old.
I guess they're still testing each other a little bit. In what shape or what form is the other person? This is not very well done.
Got to make your opponent play another ball, haven't you? And that's it. It wasn't a deep serve, wasn't a particularly strong serve. That ball toss is a real problem today. Oh, she's got so many chances in this game to break. And #1 seed, despite having ball toss problems, double fault problems, has a point for 4-1. It takes it. All right. Esther, explain, as Griffon takes a 4-1 lead, how you get a ball toss so wrong so often when you're the #1 seed. She's not a rookie. She's been playing for a long, long time. Something she must have worked on. Why is she still having problems with it?
Well, I was wondering that myself when I was still playing, because she had that problems when I was playing as well. And as an opponent, you don't really mind, because then you're like, well, this is going to go wrong at some time. I don't know, because when I was little, I was just ball tossing the whole day, indoors, outdoors.
Let's have a look at it, see where it goes wrong. You might be able to identify where the problem is. That looks pretty straight to me. Well, yeah, that's the ace, right? So that one seemed okay.
But I guess that she doesn't take enough time for the toss. So sometimes she goes from bouncing the ball to tossing the ball in a very high pace. And so if I were her, I would take a little bit more time and slow down your pace a little bit.
But she's been playing for 20 years, right?
She has been playing for 20
Since
years.
she was 11. So you think by the time you get 31, if you haven't got your ball toss right by the time you're 31,
Yeah, and I
it
think,
might be a bit late for
I
that.
think her nerves play part in that as well.
Okay.
Whenever she's nervous, whenever she's get a little tight, then you directly see that in her ball toss.
Anyway, whatever's happening with the ball toss, she's doing what she needs to do on the scoreboard. She leads by 4 games to 1. Got that early break, went 3-love up.
I don't understand the choices that both girls make in that game. I don't quite understand why they choose the angles that they make.
Fair degree of nerves on both sides of the net at the moment. Or maybe just bad choices. Well, too much oomph in that from the Glut. And 3 break points for the #1 seed. Well, I was about to say beautiful depth on those shots from Jiska, and that was just a bit too much power. And it's on the board, at least in this game, but still has 2 break points to try and secure.
To me, it seems like it's a little bit sloppy. Is that the
Yeah,
word?
yeah, sloppy is a very good word.
Yeah.
Very good word.
To
Yeah.
that they're not.
Well, they're not playing their best tennis either of them at this
No,
stage, are they?
they're not.
We know they're better than this. They played a better first set in Rio, and too many errors again. Too many mistakes, and it's going to give
This is 5-1.
Jiska a 5-1 lead. Yeah, 5-1, and this first set is going at a rapid rate of knots. And again, very few winners. It's kind of a bit like we were talking about in the previous match we covered together. Very few winners. Lot
I
of
was going to
mistakes.
say, maybe
lots
it
of
is
errors.
about
Maybe it's
me
you.
giving commentate on a match like this, but they don't play their best matches.
There's too many. Because you want a game with winners, because that means it's a good game. If people are making mistakes, then you get games full of errors and full of mistakes.
But then on the other hand, I think Jiska is quite happy with 5-1 now, so she'll take it, even with a lot of mistakes.
There's double fault, which you kind of see coming from the toss. Let's try and analyze this toss again. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that was all right. So you get into, surely with serving, you get in a groove, you get in a rhythm. But it seems to me that she never seems to get into that kind of rhythm. Sometimes it goes vertical, sometimes it goes at 45 degrees, sometimes it goes away
It's never
or
the
behind.
same. It's never the same.
So that's behind her.
And it's also not only the toss is not the same, but then her movement now with her hand, her racket hand, is not the same. The bending that she does with her arm is not the same. The movement of her chair while serving is not the same.
That's a great return, though. She got that ball in play, and it came back with interest. Great return. And that's what she's capable of. If she could do more of this, she could make this a match.
And now, yeah.
It's a lottery,
Great
though.
serve.
It's such a lottery to know what she's going to do with her serve. Is when she connects well, she does that. Oh, if you were a coach, you'd go mad, wouldn't you?
Yeah. But I would go mad if I was Dita's coach as well.
Yeah.
Because she's very sloppy as well. Like this forehand, there's no way that you should hit this out. Here, yeah.
Set point for Yiska. There's the set. 6 games to 1. Another question vis-a-vis the serving. Has she got to the stage in her life, in her career, where it's too late to change it? She actually can't. Well, even if she was to dismantle her service, look at it on tape again, go through it with a coach, is she now at a stage in her career where she can't change it?
No, I think it's never too late. So I think you can change it anytime you want. And she did this. She changed her serve 3 years ago, 4 years ago maybe, because she realized that she needed to change, and she did. She improved, but still this tossing issue is not gone. So it's only the tossing. I mean, yeah.
Right, here's some examples for you to just talk us through exactly what you would do if you were a coach and what you tell her. Because again, all right, that one doesn't actually connect at all.
Well, you see her left hand, where she tosses the ball with, it goes up really fast. And you can imagine that if you toss, like this part goes really fast. And you can imagine that if that goes really fast, you never have control over where the ball, whenever you let go of the ball. If you make that a little bit smoother, you can control of when exactly you let go of the ball.
The impact point from the ball to the racket should be in front of you, right? It seems to me that some of the time she's hitting the ball from behind her. The ball is actually going kind of behind her head, and she's bringing it back over her head.
And that doesn't matter if you put a lot of spin on it, because sometimes, I mean, you see it in the men's game. Sometimes when you put a lot of spin on it, that's okay, because then you can give an extra kick to the ball. But she never gives a lot of spin to the ball. She hits the ball more flat. And then, yes, you have to toss the ball either right above you or a little bit in front of you.
Okay, well, we won't labour the point because we pretty much analysed it within an inch of its life, but it's obviously a problem. She is the world #1, so even with all the problems she has, with all the technical issues she has on her serve, she's still the world #1, playing the world #7 and leading by a set to love. And Dido will be hoping to start the second set a bit quicker than she did the first.
Yeah. She needs to, well, like I said, she needs to hit her serve well and then make some angles. Because what I saw in the first set is that she hits the ball through the middle, and that's how Yiska liked it.
Well, you can't do anything about that. That comes back with interest. Comes back about twice the pace that she served it.
Yeah.
Well, you talked about the serve, how important it is for Dido to serve well. And there's a double fault.
Have you counted the unforced errors?
Oh, well, I think I've run out of ink. I think it might be easier to count the winners.
I was looking forward to a match like Rio.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's what I thought we might have. And we might still, but no signs of it yet.
30 all.
We've only had one rally that I actually remember in this match so far.
Yeah, there were no others.
And we've been playing for about 40 minutes. Yeah, good position. Got herself right where she wanted to be. And plenty of time to think about it.
First game, second set.
That was the only space that she had. She put the ball well in it.
Yeah, good. Off to a decent start in set number 2. Interesting tactic.
You can tell the difference between the chairs that Dida has and Jiska has. Jiska built her chair a year ago. About a year ago, she 2 years maybe now. I don't know. But she built it specifically made for her legs, lower back. And in that way, she's like totally covered in her chair. Gives her a lot of support, and the movement that she makes, she's one with her chair, so to speak. And you see the difference with the chair that Dida is sitting in. Is just a square bucket.
I'm sure the manufacturers love that description.
No, I guess, but
Would you like to buy a square bucket, dear?
I
Yes.
think this is where sports or disability sports will go to.
Not as expensive as Stefan Uday's, though.
No.
It was 120,000 pounds or something.
Oh, that could be. That
Yeah,
could be.
130,000 euros.
Wow.
Buy 2 sports cars for that. Two break points then. Maybe this is the turning point of the match. Jiska's serve is not on at the moment.
That's yeah. The only analysis that I have is that left hand just goes up way too quick.
No, she got it in, and what she did in the follow-up is what's important on that one. She saved one of the break points.
30-14.
Which I guess in the rally, she is the better player, but
Yep.
she can't get the ball in play often. She got the yips. She's got the tennis version of the yips on her serve. You know, like golfers have with putts, short putts, but they just can't get those short putts.
Ah. They can't get it in.
Like her.
Yeah. To have it in the service box.
Anyway, there's the break. 2-love, so complete reverse of what we saw in the first set.
Yeah. Maybe this gives Dida a little bit of confidence.
Well, she has to take confidence because she's got her serve working okay. It's not maybe as good as she wants right now, but it's working. As you can see her opponent at the other end struggling to control it. She looks really frustrated now.
Yeah.
You said how calm she looked early on.
She doesn't look that anymore.
Well, maybe we will get a 3-set match after all. Because at the moment, the better player is the 19-year-old of the two. Just long.
30-love.
Like that, taking your time, not rushing the serve. Yeah, she's playing
That's
smart.
good. That's a smart point. Serving out wide and then putting the ball in the open corner.
Yeah, liking what I'm seeing from her right now. She's playing smart tennis. Not rushing. Allowing the momentum to build. This for a 3-love lead. Until then.
She shouldn't slice that much. I mean, her strong point is that she hits the backhand, and the last 2 points she slices the ball.
Still 2 points though for a 3-love lead. She gets it.
Good luck.
Well, we're seeing a real momentum change here, aren't we? After the #1 seed relatively comfortably took the first set, all of a sudden the world #7 leads by 3 games to love, and she is playing by far the better tennis right now. Now, okay, 19-year-old up against somebody you probably idolized over the years. Must be quite difficult when you see them on the other side of the net. Yeah, somebody's inspired you, somebody maybe you think you can't beat. You did beat them this year, so you go, yeah, I've beaten this person now.
Well, I've been working with Dida for the last 2 years now, and not on the court, but mostly off the court. And so I've talked to her about this, and especially a year and a half ago, she only played some ITF3 tournaments because, you know, that was a comfortable feeling. And then a year ago, she started to play some ITF1s, and then she said, well, yeah, but I'm going to face the top players of the world. And so I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I want it. She did, and she had some good results within, you know, beating the top 10 players. And I think she's starting to believe in herself that she can beat those players, and that's important. But then still, I mean, Jiske won a gold medal in Rio, which is a really great result, and so she knows that Jiske's a good player.
This is the first full year for Dida without her studies as well. She had studies last year up until last year. It's the first year she's had just tennis to think about.
Yeah, and that's a good decision, and she's happy with that, to focus only on tennis. And especially when she was aiming for Rio. So that was a good decision.
And she's 3-love up with an early break. And the way at the moment, the #1 seed is serving. She might fancy a double break here. Especially if she plays like that, returns like that, she'll definitely get a double break.
Didn't take too much risk. A little bit of spin on the ball. Smart. Pick a corner.
Oh.
And go for it.
2 brilliant returns. She knows this serve at the moment is suspect. It's not got much pace behind it, and she's just latching onto it. Just helping it in. Well, at the moment, Jiske's just rolling that serve in. There's no pace behind it.
There's no pace, no plan, it seems. And then it's too bad that Dida does this, because within the first 2 points, I mean, that would have gone into Jiske's head, but now it's 30-all.
She's getting really cranky with herself now as well. You can hear it. Here goes another break point. Now, what will she do on this break point? How aggressive should she be?
Dida or Jiske, you mean?
Dida on this break point.
She should be a little bit aggressive, but not, I mean, smartly aggressive.
Because 4-love would be a great advantage, wouldn't it?
This is smart. backhand again, which is good.
Just over, but yeah. Yeah, that was a good retrieving shot, but no depth on it and no pace on it. So Yiska was able to come in and just whack it away. Thank you very much. Job not done yet, though. Back to Deuce. That means the same in every language. Ah!
It must be frustrating.
Well, she is. Break point again. Can she capitalize on this one?
A little bit too aggressive.
Halfway up the net. Well, if you were coming in to watch this for the first time, you go, that's the world number one? Because she's not looking like the world number one right now.
Well, and especially within like the confidence that she has. I mean, as a world number one, you can be convinced about your skills and about your level of play, but Yiska doesn't seem to be convinced about her own play. And I mean, there's no reason to now because it is not consistent and it's too bad.
Vantage point again. Got to get that ball in court. Halfway up the net on the last one. Wide on that one. Got to make her play another ball. Sure.
Get in there early.
She was going for broke on a ball she couldn't get in court. And then she plays a smart point like that. You go, well, why didn't you play that on the last point with the advantage point? You know, you get involved in a rally, you use the angles.
And we can see if she learned from that. She has advantage now.
Yep. Another advantage point. Oh, quick serve from Yiska. Oh, and she jumps in the back of the net, in the bottom of the net. And we have love 4 on Yiska's serve. So a double break for Dida. What I wish for from this match is that both of them start playing quality tennis.
Yes, that would be nice.
Wouldn't it?
For themselves, for us,
yeah,
for the viewers.
Just see these two play as well as they can, like they did in Rio.
Yeah.
That's all we ask.
15 love.
But it's not happening right now. You're flying the flag for the Netherlands, remember, girls? Come on.
I don't see them wearing orange.
Or wearing the flag. Oh, great shot. Now, more of those, please. Either side of the net, we don't care, but quality returns like that have been few and far between. Beautiful inside-out forehand.
Oh. 15-30.
Two absolute rippers of returns in this game. Two break back points for one of the breaks at least. Come on, boys, watch the tennis.
Deuce.
That's more like it. They're totally engrossed.
I think Jiska had a little bit of a fight with the linesman, maybe? Did she run into the linesman? Did I see that well?
I was probably checking that she's still got 2 feet. Was it he? That was a miss hit and just went wide. I think she thought I was going to drop in court, but well, it sometimes comes off the string stroke frame. It's a combination of both, I think, on that one.
Advantage, Miss Griffin.
I'm about to say not a good time for a double, but she is 4-love up. But, break point for the #1 seed to at least get a number on the board that's not 0.
Game, Miss Griffin.
As that rally was going on, I thought, I want this to be a winner. I don't want the point to go
Leads 4 games.
on an error. And
It did.
that has been maybe the story of this match.
I know. And now 4-1 for Dida. But it seems like a comfortable position for that second set, but I'm not too sure about that, whether she can pull it through or not.
Let's have a look and see what's happening on court 1. It's not going very well from a Dutch point of view there, with Yui Kamiji 6-2 and 1-all in the second. You hoping for an all-Dutch final? Maybe it's not going to be.
Maybe it's not going to be.
Kamiji's had a good year. He's a good player. And dominating that one on court 1 at the moment. What would you say about the body language of Dida at the moment?
Well, it seems like she is a little bit in pain, but or maybe just in concentrating herself on her next plan.
No, she's okay. She's obviously having a deep thought about, because she's very much in control of the second set. She's still got that break, and she knows that Jiska's serve is wobbly, shall we say. it's not going that well. She knows she can attack it. She knows she can take advantage of it. And we'll find out. Maybe the next game will be indicative as to where this match is heading. Jiska Griffion's got one of the breaks back, but still trails by 3 games, because obviously Dida was... Get off your phones, girls. For God's sake. I'll turn to Victor Meldrew in a minute.
Love 15.
She didn't have time to position herself, Jiska, because the return of Dida came so quick. Why? I don't know why she takes so much risk on a return. Because with a little bit more space between the net and that ball, she can still hit a great shot.
Dear.
15-30.
Catch. The miss hit of all miss hits coming up. Caught in the slips. Go back. Oh, not quite. That must have called the back end of the line. Bit lucky, but she'll take all the luck she can get at the moment because nothing much is working in her direction.
Chances on 4-2. Like I said, it's not. I mean, it seems comfortable position
taking
for one,
bets?
but
I'm not sure about this. We'll wait and see. Yeah, no, she needed to come in on that one because Asuka couldn't control it. So back to Juice. Oh,
Nice.
at last, an ace. That's been about as regular as a birth of a baby panda. Oh, unlucky. You know when your luck's out, and that kind of thing happens. Better. Yeah, come on. Big come on. From the number one seed and defending champion. Finally gets hold of a forehand. But can't find a first serve.
Game. Miss Griffin. Mr. Hunt leads 4-2.
Esther and I look at each other going, we're not quite sure what to say now. It's one of those matches you think, well, because we want to be positive, we want to talk this up. And, you know, there's every chance it might go into 3 sets, but every single game that comes along, you think, well, the next game might indicate where we're heading in this match. And there's no pattern. There's actually no pattern in this at all. 4-2 then to Dida de Groot. Trailing by a set to love.
Net, first serve. Love 50.
Well, off the back of a really good deep serve, that's a terrible result. It's a fantastic serve right on the service line.
so it seems like she doesn't know, like she has no plan further than just one shot.
Get the ball in play and, oh,
And
what
then
do I do
we'll-
next?
yeah.
Well, there's a come-ons from Yiska now.
Love 30.
Just she's staying out of it. 2 points away from breaking the de Groot serve again. And then her serve to make it 4-4, but looking into the future a bit with that.
15-30.
Nice.
That's a nice return.
Very nice return.
15-40.
It's moonball time. Well, she had no
13-40.
room. She had nowhere to go. She was right up against the backstop there. She couldn't go any further. She was basically on the tee of tennis foundation when she played that shot. So another break point. No, not break point. Beg your pardon. Yes, it is. Yep, it is.
Game. Miss Griffin.
All right, so double break apiece.
Double break, 4-3.
Mr. Hood leads
Still
4
possibilities
games to
for
3.
Dida, but I don't know what these last 2 games did with her confidence.
Because you don't see any rallies, you don't. I mean, the thing is, Jiska's playing some nice shots, but not regularly. We're going to get some fantastic returns. She'll do a couple, and then nothing happens. It's a really difficult match to predict because there is no pattern.
No.
You know, every game is different. You know, you're not even getting 2 games similar. You know, you don't know whether Jiska's serve's going to break down, whether Dida's going to get tight.
Yeah.
Whether her shot selection's going to be right.
You just don't know. You just don't know.
If you had a coin, I'm going to toss it. Yeah. Heads. It's kind of like that. And it's so annoying from Dida's point of view. She's 4-love up. She's got a double break. She's done the hard work. She's broken Jiska's serve twice. She should be thinking about set 3.
Yeah.
Now she's got to keep thinking about set 2
Set
now.
2. But then it's a hard thing as well because she doesn't know what she does wrong now in the last couple of games because there is no thing to hang on to.
But it's kind of her first shot off the back of the Jiska serve is to me indicative of the way she's playing. Is that she's got, because the serve is not that fast, right? It's very patchy in the way that she's doing it. So she's taking a bit of speed off the serve to get it in, and she's not capitalizing on the lack of pace.
15-love. Love. 40 love.
Actually bouncing the ball more than Novak Djokovic does now. It's
Correction. 40-50.
She's only held serve once in this set so far. Under pressure again.
Deuce.
She's getting frustrated as well. Can imagine.
So kind of getting the ball toss right, but can't get over the net now. Dida, why did you not follow that ball in?
Yeah, or at
Half-court
least,
ball.
or at least
Advantage.
hit
Miss
it after
Whittier.
one bounce. She let the ball bounce twice.
She was getting deeper and deeper and deeper on that rally when she should have actually been being aggressive. Just think,
Nice.
hey, that's more like
That's
it.
nice.
A bit of aggression, took her time, picked her spot. Right on.
If she
the
can
line.
hold this, if she can hit a couple more balls like this. So through the middle. Who's going to pick an angle?
Oh, when she does pick the angle, she puts it wide.
Advantage. Miss Whittier.
Point to make it 4-4. Oh, right on the line. Oh, she'd gone up the court and put it there herself. That could have not been more accurate.
Yeah.
Great forehand, right onto the line and back at deuce. This is turning out to be a very long game. Oh dear, dear, dear. That wasn't anywhere near the right service box.
Advantage. Mr. Hertz.
Yeah, she's got it. Yeah, another break for Dida de Kut. And 5-3, and she will be serving for the second set.
And then I don't know what's going to happen in the third, if it's going to be a third. Can you predict?
No, I can't. No, I really can't, because, as I say, there's just no continuity in this match at all. But she's got the chance now. She can smell the third set.
Yeah.
She can smell winning the second set. Should be a nice aroma for her. And we know the Yiska's are going to get aggressive now. She needs to put pressure on the Dida Krutz serve, and that's exactly what she will be doing. 3 breaks on one side of the net, 2 breaks on the other side in set number 2.
It's important for Dida to have her serve, first serve in. Oh,
Oh, that looked wide to me. Did it look wide to you?
I don't know.
It might
Did
just
they call it out? No, it's called good.
It was the umpire's side. Let's have a look. Yeah, good call. Good call.
either need to stay focused.
So 3 breaks of serve apiece, maybe.
That's nice. See, that's one of her weapons that Dita has that nobody else has, is that
15,
backhand that she hits. And maybe this is the first time I see it in this match. So it's a pity that she doesn't use it more often.
30-40.
Well, maybe that's given her confidence now. She was love 40. Now 30-40. Yes.
Use.
That's 3 good points back to back for the 19-year-old. And from at the brink of relinquishing her serve again. She's 2 points away from the set. Oh, out of reach. Nothing much you can do about that.
Advantage, Miss Griffin. Game.
Yeah,
Miss Griffin.
we go on because that's 3 breaks of serve on both sides of the net now. Back on serve.
Leads 5 games.
5-4. And Hoot leading after Griffin taking the first set by 6 games to 1. Of course, the big question is what's going to happen with the Yiska serve in game number 10? What do you think?
Well, I think it gives her a lot of confidence that she comes back in the set. So I hope she's going to stay calm, to have a ball toss right, and that she doesn't has to use her second serve a lot. And if that's all going to happen, then, I mean, she's a fighter. So that could mean that she's going to go back to 5-5. And then it's all open.
There you go. Oh, a bit of a change around there. Look. Looking a bit better. 6-2 for Kamiji in the first. And Mayalin's come right back. Set number 2. Leads by 4-3 and has 2 points for a 5-3 lead.
Yeah. It's interesting.
That
So
has
it
a way to
still
go.
is a possibility to have a whole Dutch final.
It is. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we'll see how that develops. It might well go to a third, as indeed might this. All depends on the racket and the serve of Yiska Griffin now, whether she can bring it back to 5-5 or whether the 19-year-old at the far end can break again, as she has done 3 times in this set already.
Love 15.
This is good. They have a deep ball. I mean, with Yiska's disability, it's quite hard to have high balls that are deep. And you can see that she struggles with that.
Let's count the bounces. 7. Oh, hello. 1, 2. I think it's 2 this time.
15 all.
Don't have the stats on double faults, but they're not impressive.
This means 2 points away for Dida for winning the second set.
Oh, she has the ball back in court as well. Not sure she knew much about that. Not sure she quite intended it to be that tight, but doesn't matter. She got the ball back in court, and yeah, she has 2 set points to level the match. 1 set all. For a 4th break of serve in this set.
Next, first serve.
Yeah, she's got it. Yeah, she sees it out. Should give her a lot of heart. So we are going 3, and the defending champion is going to have to be pushed a little bit further and a little bit harder before she can get through to the final this year. And Dida de Groot, 6-4 in the second, 6-1 to the #1 seed in the first. So we are going the distance, Esther.
She's gonna have a toilet break, I think. So this might be a while.
Yeah, I think we are going to get a bathroom break here for maybe both players, certainly one player. Looks like Jiska's going to go for a, so imagine Dida will want to take some time out as well here.
I think it's good to have a little bit of a time to think it over, what just happened. For Jiska as well, for Dida as well. It's not the best tennis that the girls show off here. And hopefully they can get the level up and show what they've got in the third set. That would be nice.
Just had the information about Jiska's double faults, 11.
11 double faults.
Faults in the match so far.
That isn't pretty.
No, it's not. And that's 11 free points, isn't it?
It is.
Which, well, the serve has not really been on top. 4 breaks on one side, 3 on the other in set number 2. And ultimately, it was whose serve was going to break down the most in that. Right, so we're in a shootout now. We're in set 3. Maybe this will be like set 1 was in Rio, where the 2 players are playing their best tennis.
Let's hope for
Possibly.
that. That's possible.
Well, so obviously you know Dida very well. You work with her off the court. You're not her coach, but if you had time now, like they do on the WTA tour, to go on court and talk to her for a couple of minutes, what would you say?
What would I say? Well, for sure, I would say that hitting the ball deep is probably the most important thing for her now. And it doesn't have to be hard. It doesn't have to be difficult, but hit the ball deep. And then there's going to be a point that Jiska's ball is not going to be deep enough, and then you can roll in and then make the angle. And never hit a slice backhand again. Well, never. I would never say never, but she would.
Yeah.
She had to. She has to hit her backhand.
It's not a percentage shot for her, is it?
No.
You know, I don't think she's put enough pressure on Jiska's serve. You know, it's obviously being faulty today. It's not working very well mechanically. It's looking very edgy. I just don't think. Obviously, she did break her 4 times. So people say, "Well, look at the stats. She broke her 4 times," but I think she could make more of that.
For sure, but then sometimes you see that she's forcing to hit the ball hard, and I wouldn't hit the ball hard. I mean, it is a serve, and Jiska is standing still because she is serving, so you don't have to hit the ball hard back to Jiska. It's more about placement, and then I would say the placement, like deep in the court, is more important than hitting the ball hard. But then it seems that Dida is thinking that she needs to hit the ball hard to make a direct point.
When they last played 3 sets, Jiska won Paralympic Games. For that, it was Dida who won. So they played
sets,
2 3-set matches, and they won a piece.
Yeah.
So no kind of thing to go by from that either.
Both sets were a tiebreak in the third
Yeah.
set, so we might be sitting here a while.
Yeah, well, she's back. That's a raring to go. Let's see how things work out. See, Dida will be serving first on this. And we'll see whether the pattern of play continues. As mentioned, 4 breaks to serve for Dida de Groot on the second set. Jiske with 3. And not much to analyze in terms of winners. A lot of errors, a lot of mistakes, a lot of unforced errors, but
Time.
we are kind of back where we started. Once at all. Jiske winning their first meeting 6-1, 6-2, then 6-3, 6-1, early part of 2016, but then things improve for Dida at the
Final sets.
BNP Paribas in France, 6-4, 2-6, 7-6. And then Jiske repaying the compliment in the Paralympics, 4-6, 6-4, 7-6. We're going 3 again.
Love 50.
Any indications for the first 2 points? Looks like Jiske's going to go for broke a little bit here. A bit more aggression, a bit more attack, possibly.
Would be good if they would do both. A little bit more attacks.
I think I'm going to mark down how many winners we get here. Which might give us an indication of how the match is going, or maybe not. Is a bathroom break really a bathroom break as well? Do you think she just went to get her head together for a couple of minutes?
Well, I've been wondering. I saw, I mean, I don't see every women's match, but I saw a couple of women's matches this year. And then at some point I was wondering whether that is necessary toilet break or, like you said, a tactical toilet break for themselves to get back together or...
Well, that was a rapid game compared to some of the ones we've had in set number 2. So a good positive start after losing the first point. Dida de Groot comes through and takes the first game of set number 3 and puts all the pressure right back on the number 1 seed at the far end.
Wait, please. Thank you. 15 left.
Toss is better. Jiske's toss pretty tempting fate here, but seems to be back on course. Oh, what a return!
See, it's not a bad a lot of pace, but it's a good placement.
Just using the pace off the serve.
Exactly.
Redirecting it. Oh, hello.
Nice.
Yeah, again, outside of the sideline, but that'll count.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's good. That's all she needs to do. Jiske's serve is not that hard, and she needs to use that pace to place the ball back to Jiske's court, and then waits for the opportunity to make an angle.
So there's 2 break points and a second serve to look at as well. Didn't need a second serve, because there's the 12th double of the match from Jiske Gudfjord, and all of a sudden the outsider The lesser ranked of the two, ranked 7, compared to the defending champion, who's ranked 1, has a 2-love lead in the third. Didn't see this coming.
Within a couple of minutes, no.
Especially after that first set, she lost 6-1.
Love 50.
Those girls know each other very well. I mean, they train with each other in the Netherlands, so they know exactly what their weaknesses are and their strengths. Sometimes that's easy to know all that information, but I can imagine that sometimes it's not easy and maybe
15 all.
even more difficult to know it. Double faults.
Yep, 2 of them. Looking like she might hand that break straight back. 6 now for De Groot. Yeah, has to break straight back.
Ball change, please. New balls.
Yiska on the board. 2-1.
Mr. Hood leads 2 games
I was
to
about to say
1.
back on serve, but I don't think in this match I'll say that because we haven't seen Yiska's second service game yet. Well, that could be a bit debilitating for Dida. We'll find out in a few moments' time what's happening on the adjoining court at the moment. Let's have a look and see. Ah, 1 set apiece.
Wow, high line.
Yeah. And trying to work out, yep, gone with serve in the third so far. 6-2 and then 6-3. So, 1 set all. Quite a way to go in that. Quite a way to go in this as well. So both finalists, whoever they may be, will have played 3 sets today. So tiring stuff. Bananas out in force. There's the umpires on the right-hand side. Just telling about the match maybe he did earlier on. And now we'll see Yiska Griffion's serve holds up. Only broken once. In fact, I can't remember the last time she held her serve. That would have been in the first set. She didn't do it at all in the second set. It's been a while.
That's nice.
Good, a winner.
That slice backhand of Yiska's, I remember when I was playing her, that never comes up. So it's really hard. It hardly bounces. So it just slides over that court. So it's hard to get.
Yeah, she said yes as soon as it left the racket of Dida de Groot. Again, just using the pace of the serve back at the server.
Nice.
Open court.
Jiske is one of the few players that goes to the net quite often and uses the volley to finish a point.
$40.50.
Just long.
It was a good return of serve of Dida, and she was in control in that rally.
Deuce.
Well, you might think that ball's made of soap. The amount of times it slipped out of her hand. I'm sure they're playing with regulation tennis balls here. Back to deuce.
Advantage, Mr. Hood.
Esther is shaking her head.
Well, I just remember from when I was playing, it can be so frustrating, and it can be, you know, you can do better. In training sessions you do better, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, it's not coming out during the match, and it's frustrating. And it influences your whole game. And I'm sure Jiske is thinking that.
And she relinquishes that service game. And it has been quite some time since Jiske actually held on to her serve. Every single service game, Dida's eyes must light up thinking, here's my chance. Even if my serve gets broken, I've got a chance on her serve, because she's not even getting game points on her serve. It's a game of missed chances on both sides of the court, but this is De Groot's. Well, she doesn't serve double faults. Now, is she going to get tight now? Because you can see 3-1, one set all. You know, keep it going. I could be there in the final tomorrow.
Yeah, those are all thoughts that she might be starting to think.
Nice.
But she's not there yet.
Just not enough of them.
30.
Either side, but, you know, you can see why she's number one in the world, why she's the defending champion, because occasionally she does things like that.
Love 40.
Chance to go back to 2-3. 3 of them.
That's nice.
Nice.
15-40.
Yeah, great forehand. Well inside the tram lines, so one of those break points comes and goes. Still 2 more.
That was a good build-up of a point, I think. He did a good job of getting Dida to the net, because she's not comfortable at the net at all. But then she doesn't finish it off.
Still 1 more chance. She must know, must have detected that Dida's first serve is not finding its target very often. This time it does. Oh, and she drills it down the line.
Twice in the same
Absolutely
corner.
smokes that one. So 3 break points come, 3 break points go. Back to Deuce.
Advantage, Mr. Hood.
Got to get that ball back in court.
Chances for 4-1. This could be the moment that Dida has been waiting for.
Snuffed out pretty quickly though.
Still have to wait a little longer for that.
Came back with interest. Hardly got moving before that ball was past her.
No, nice.
And she had to go very low to get that. You heard the racket hitting the court surface as she was trying to dig that one out. Well, she did it to great effect. And gives herself another game point. Could not have been any deeper. That serve could not have been any deeper, and Griffin thinks it was long. Umpire and line judge think it's not. That's all that matters. And it makes it 4-1, and she is 2 points away. I think Jiska's going to have a word with the umpire, but it's come and gone. Too late. Can't change it.
4-1 to Dida. A little bit of an upset, maybe.
Well, she's got to complete it yet, but she knows that her higher ranked opponent, her older opponent, is not serving very well, and she can put pressure on, but she's not been in this position before in a big event like this. She's beaten her once, it's true, but no, this is the end of season Masters. You know, she was in this position, I suppose, in the Paralympics. She was a set up and couldn't maintain it. The reverse is true now. She's come from a set behind to get her nose in front. All about game smarts now, about strategy, about tactics, about how early you take the serve, where you position yourself for the serve, how much you give yourself room.
I guess that the fewer points you lose, the fewer mistakes you make, is probably going to be on big influence on your opponent.
It's interesting what you said about her not coming into the net that often, because you think the way that Jiska is serving today, you kind of want that as part of your game, don't you? To be able to come in on those shots.
I think she's working on that, but I think she hasn't worked on it enough yet to feel confident that she can also do it. So in a match like this, where everything is a little bit wobbly, like we said before, you're never going to try things that you haven't practiced yet. It's good.
That roll forehand, when it's working, is a thing of joy, thing of beauty. That was 2 back-to-back there. If she was doing a show reel, I'd show that. That rolled forehand just looks impeccable when it works. Oh, I thought I was going to climb over there for a moment. Should have been very fortunate, very lucky indeed how it done so, but 15 all. forehand looks a lot stronger than a backhand to me. A forehand looks like it's always going to hit the mark. A backhand's a bit 50-50.
It's a bit 50-50. That's true, and especially in this match. But like I said, she's one of the few that hits her backhand. And I think that is a great weapon to have, especially in the women's games.
Good deep serve from Iska Griffion on that one to give her 2 game points. And it's, I think it was probably summertime when she last held her serve. And she does. So she closes the gap to 1 game and says, right, over to you now, Dida. You've got to hold your serve to make it 5.
To you.
And she knows that in their head-to-heads, she's not been in this position very often. If she did win that 3rd set on the tiebreak, of course, when they met at the BNP Paribas earlier this year, but that's quite some time ago. And here she is in London, potentially last match of the year. Double 4, number 8.
Oh, that's a good serve. That was
Backs
really
up a really good
deep
first serve, yeah.
I was actually waiting for the umpire to say that it was out, but he didn't. Oh. 30 all. Maybe some nerves. I don't know. It was quite a serve that went out pretty far.
Yeah. Well, she didn't move the chair at all there, did she? Just basically played it from where she was. And now Iska Griffion has break point to bring it back to 3-4.
Net, first serve.
Oh, another great first serve. She's done a couple of times when she needed it. And she needed it then to bring it back to deuce. She has the match on her racket, basically, now. She can't find a first serve this time.
Whenever she needs the extra point or the extra mindset, maybe, I don't know, to finish
Yes,
it.
I don't know what it is either. This is the thing that because there's no pattern of play from either side of the net, it's difficult to know exactly what is either going through the mind or going through the game plan or or whatever it is, because, you know, she can do it and then she can't do it, and then she can do it and then she can't do it. It's really weird. Same for both of them, actually. Decent rally here, though.
All right, good rally.
Yeah, that was a good rally.
Which means that we're back to juice again. I'd like to see this tennis more often. I mean, this is very attractive tennis.
Just not enough of it in this match so far. That was close. That was close. Oh, I thought it was a double. Haven't got the best of angles here, but she puts that away. That must have been right on the line.
Advantage, Miss Griffin.
As it turned out, Iska Griffin wins the point, has the advantage. Let's bring it back to 3-4 again. No service game for either woman as being easy so far.
Net for serve.
Certainly in this set.
Wait, please.
Oh dear, what a hook.
It was a good decision to go to that angle, but I don't think it had to be that tight to the line, or at least.
That would have been a winner in doubles.
Yeah, for sure.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice.
That's the old 1-2 punch. I haven't seen that very much in the match so far, but good deep serve. And she put away her first shot after the serve. Very well indeed. So turn this game around. I mean, 2 points against her. Now she has a point to make it 5-2.
Oh.
Oh, where's that been? Where has that shot been all the way through the match?
I don't know, but I like this. We get more excited ourselves as well.
No, I enjoyed that. She enjoyed it too, I think. Oh, right on the line. Again. She's right on the service line. She's right on the baseline. No margin for error at the moment from De Groot. And here's another point to make it 5-2. Yes, and an ace.
Wow. 5-2. 4 points away from winning the match.
Mr. Hood leads 5
Well,
games to 2.
I'm going to ask you, in all honesty, did you see this coming?
I didn't. I did not see that coming. Well, especially after the first set, I was like, no, it's not going to happen, and Jiska's just going to go through to the finals. But you see that tennis is not just a simplified match to speak about.
Okay, now this is where we definitely need you on the court for 2 minutes. Just say, right, okay, 4 more points, get the ball back in play. This is yours. Does she believe it, though? You're good with body language. You've talked to her a lot. Look at her right now. Does she give much away? Is she a good card player? Is she a good poker player?
No, she believes in it. I mean, she knows that she can beat Jiska. But I also know, or she knows, that she's not playing her best tennis. But she also knows that Jiska's not playing her best tennis. So she knows you can do it.
Time.
The only thing is that she stay far away from the unforced errors. That's basically the best tip I can give to her.
And if the ball comes over from Jiska, which sometimes it doesn't, but when it does, just get the ball back in play, however you get the ball back in play. It's a simple game, this. It's a very simple sport. get the ball back in play, use the angles.
Use the angles, yeah.
Right, well, this might be the last time we see a serve. 2-5.
15 love.
Wow, that was a good push of Dida. She did a lot of physical training the last couple of months, and you can tell that she became faster, stronger. Still wasn't good enough for the point though.
40 love.
40 love to Jiska.
Game, Miss Griffin.
Well, that went in a trice. That's probably about a minute long, that game. Most games were about 4 or 5 minutes. That was about 60 seconds. Such an unpredictable
Went by
match.
quite, yeah.
You just don't know what's going to happen next. But this young lady, 19 years of age, has the balls on her racket. World rank number 7, serving for the match.
Ladies and gentlemen, here on Corner 1, please show appreciation for both of our players, Yuzumi and Maijai Bass. So the committee is through to tomorrow's final. Who will she take up? We'll find out very soon. Other semi-finalists still take place on court. So she'll have to action for you tomorrow. We've got our men's final. Gordon versus Dr. Gerald.
This is Jiska on fire. So Jiska leads 30 love in that game.
Where has this Jiska been since the first set? Did she go to Westfield to shop?
I'm sure she liked that.
Yeah, that's what the world number 1 can do when she puts her mind to it. And not even allowing Dida de Groot a look in here. She won the last game in about a minute. She might do the same with this one. Toying with her, like she's on a piece of string.
This is, I don't understand why, I mean, this is now all of a sudden popping up. This is the way she should have played all match.
Well, she knows that's the last game. That could have potentially been her last game. So it's like, okay, well, I better find my A game here. I better show why I'm the world number 1. You know, but you just think for, you know, since the first set, you've now played for nearly 2 sets, not looking like the world number 1, and suddenly,
Yeah.
hello, here I am again.
Still here.
Okay, let's have a look and see what's happened on court 1, and there is our winner. Kamichi is through, so it won't be an all-Dutch final, I'm afraid.
Nice.
Kamichi coming through in 3. Looking, yeah, happy now. There's a smile. Won the 3rd set, 6-1.
6-1. So convincing.
So we know one of the finalists. We don't know the other one yet. And we may have a little longer to find out. Could it be her?
Time.
Or could it be her? You only have 2 options. Multiple choice. Well, you wouldn't put it against the realms of possibility that Jiska will get broken in this one. Of course, that would be the end of the match. But she served well in the last game, her last service game to love, which we haven't seen for some considerable time, but she needs to serve well here, or else she ain't coming back tomorrow. was De Groot basically bullying Griffin there with that rally.
40-50.
Yeah, that's the 1-2 punch at the other end of the court this time. Seen De Groot do that a couple of times. This time it's Griffin's turn.
We're heading towards a tiebreak, third set.
Yeah, you think so at the moment, but there's still a few more possibilities. Maybe a few more twists and turns at 5-all in the third. No, what a return that is. That flew past Dida De Groot. She needed 2 rackets to get that one.
She didn't even get time to push over there. So.
That was gone.
Another double fault. I think there's a little bit of a tension.
Just a bit. And she's catching up Yiska now in terms of doubles. That takes her into double figures. Well, there's the break. Puts the #1 seed in front for the first time in this third set, and she will come out to serve to win the match to meet Kamiji in the final on Sunday afternoon. It's on her racket, but we've seen the serve has been a little bit off, though. And there are signs in this set it's starting to come back again. Maybe.
Maybe.
You're not convinced by
You
that,
never know.
No, we'll see. Oh, it's been a lot of twists and turns in, well, second set and third set. But now it's down to the defending champion to serve it out. Dida De Groot want to have a much better chance of beating the world #1 than she's had today. Did all the hard work, got herself back into the match. Lost the first set, 6-1, came back, stormed back with a bit of help from her opponent to win the second set. Gets her nose in front in the third.
Yep. And now she loses it again. I don't know.
Well,
And again, we said it before, but it's kind of hard to put a finger on it, what the exact reason is.
well, so apart from that first set, there's been no continuity in this match at all. You never know quite what's happening around the corner, and we'll discover whether this is the last corner we'll go round or not. As Jiska Griffin serves for the match to win the semi-final. And the ball toss problems continue.
Yeah, and now you see that she is getting that second serve in, but it was too easy for Dida, so she could put it anywhere.
15 all.
So this is weird, or surprising, I should
We've
say.
got a few weird things in this match.
But I haven't seen Jiska hitting a backhand, because normally she slices everything, and now with this last backhand she tried to hit it. Maybe not the best moment to try things.
Dear, dear, dear.
15-40.
Wow, what do you say to that?
I have not much to say about that.
Two break points for De Groot. And we're heading to a tie break. 6 games all. Third set. We will settle it in the shootout.
6 games all. Final set.
And
Tiebreak.
as there is no indication of which way this is going, I wouldn't want to predict any more than you would, I'm sure.
I'm not going to predict. It's I have no idea. I think Jiska. Well, I don't know if it's a prediction or just a gamble
Should have
guess.
played a lot more tie breaks, shouldn't she? Think about it.
1-0, Miss Griffin.
When they played the tie break in France, it was 8-6 to De Groot. When they played it at the Paralympic Games, it was 7-3 to Griffin.
One all.
1-all.
That's a good rally. It's a nice deep ball of Dida. What a spin.
Oh, best rally in the match.
Nice.
Quality shots all the way through, and it was won with a winner. So one against the head for Dida De Groot. See how my pronunciation's got more anglicised as we've been through the commentary. 2-1 she leads. The serve now. Oh, just long. She thought I was going to land in. So did I when I left her racket, but not enough topspin. Just landed long. Now, how important is this point for Dida to get a 3-point advantage in the tie break. Oh, too tentative.
Ay, ay, ay.
Goodness gracious, she had so much of the court open to her there. Just need to get it back in play, and she doesn't. So, break back occurs, and back on serve in the tie break at 2-3, Griffian. Oh, gone long. So they'll change ends at 3-all. Well, that's was any betting being taken on this match, but I would not put a euro on this, or a pound, or anything. Any currency you care to name, I would not put any money on this, because I have no idea. I don't think they have either. Getting to the point. 1-all, 6-all, 3-all.
4-3, Mr. Hurt.
That could be an expensive one.
Yeah, big, raw, not of the right variety from Jiska Griffian. Finds himself 2 points adrift. This could be match point.
Next, second serve.
Crawled over. Oh, yes. Well, she's done that a couple of times in the match. Yeah, well, she has done it a few times, very sporadically, it must be said, but occasionally she just lays into that return, and she needs to do it right then because it would otherwise have been match point, but she's got it back. 4-5, back on serve again. Oh, shame. Wanted that to be one with a winner.
5-all.
Isn't. And 5-all, parity again. Once at all. 5-all in the tie break.
Match point.
Yeah, for the first time. Jiska Griffian has the match point, defending champion, #1 seed. Now, surely on this, she will jump, relatively speaking, all over the De Groot serve. She'll take her time. She wants to get this first serve in. She can.
Oh. Goes out.
Yeah.
Oh, God, 6-all.
That's such a rudimentary error from somebody with her experience as well. Went for a bit too much.
Went for too much. Wanted to finish the match.
Yeah.
Too bad.
So that was the first match point. Dita de Groot nearly had one, but Not quite, but she has a chance on her racket now to produce one for the 19-year-old. Oh, good deep serve, but responded in kind
7-6.
by Jiska Griffin, so she now has match point on her racket. Second match point for the #1 seed and defending champion for a meeting with Kimiji in the final. To get that back. And that.
It's a good rally. An amazing rally. Oh,
Best rally of the match on what looked like being the last point of the match. But it wasn't, because the group dug in and dug in and dug in again. That was a great thing. You know, that point had to be won about 4 times. 7-7. Eight 7 to the #1 seed now.
Miss Griffin.
Oh, that was a fantastic rally. But she's going to have to do it all over again. With a second serve to look at here too on match point. Yeah, and she takes it on the error of the group. It was hard work, very hard work. Here the player playing at their very best today, certainly the #1 seed and defending champion, far from her best after taking the first set very comfortably, pulled back. Lost the second, maybe should have lost the third as well when De Groot took the early advantage, but it is Jiska Griffin who will defend her title on Sunday afternoon up against Kimiji. She'll fight another day, and Dina De Groot will have learned a lot from that when they go head-to-head again, but still just that one win over #1 seed, so her head bowed. We'll see maybe better from Jiska Griffin in the final, but she's come through in 3.
Jiska looking relieved.
Yeah, she had to play better than this on Sunday, though. She wants to win that.
For sure.
Luigi's not going to give her as many chances, I'm sure. Okay, let's give you the order of play tomorrow. Men's final will be first. Women's final second, then we'll have the quad final. There's a little added bonus for you. We'll have the 3rd and 4th placed playoff in the quad final as well. But men's final with Gordon Reid, of course, in that women's final. And we'll see Jiska back for that and the quad final as well tomorrow. Thank you for your company. Thank you very much to Esther and indeed to Pete Norfolk earlier on for their help in the commentary today. Thank you for day 1. Back for the finals tomorrow. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Bye-bye.